and hundreds of them lying buried underneath. And that's the most distressing situation that Wayanad faces at this point in time. Could this have been averted? Is politics really necessary at this time? All of this aside, priority still remains relief and rescue measures. Defense teams, NDRF teams, SDRF teams, as well as volunteers from all across Kerala who have come here, camping here day in and day out, only to ensure that lives can be saved. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at the epicenter of the landslide at Wayanad for NDTV.
Now, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has well said that in a post on social media platform X that on the 5th of August 2019, during the 0 hour in the Rajya Sabha, he had raised the issue of the protection of the Western Ghats. Only on the 31st of July 2024, following the Wayanad catastrophe, has the union government seemed to have finally moved to declare some 57,000 square kilometers, which is the 36% of the total land area of the Western Ghats, as eco-sensitive, is what he says in his quote. He also says that the delay in the ecological sensitive area tag has enabled rampant and careless commercialization and is directly responsible for this human tragedy. Shifting focus now, rescue operations are underway to trace over 45 people missing following flash floods triggered by a cloudburst in 3 districts of Himachal Pradesh. 3 more bodies were recovered, taking the death toll to 8. Flash floods occurred in Kullu, Padar in Mandi and Rampur in Shimla districts of Himachal Pradesh. Now remember, flash floods were reported both in Uttarakhand as well as Himachal Pradesh. This is the latest as far as the floods in Himachal Pradesh is concerned. The death toll has risen to 8 is what we're learning. 47 people, in fact, missing still. Rescue operations are continuing. The flash floods also were in fact a result of cloudbursts that also led to the breaking of a dam. Of course, terrifying visuals coming in from Kullu and Shimla in Himachal Pradesh. I'm being joined by V.D. Sharma. Thank you for joining us, sir. Now, in terms of the flash floods in Himachal Pradesh, what's the latest that we can learn?
आरती देखिए, आज तीसरा दिन है सर्च ऑपरेशन का और अब तक जो है 6 डेड बॉडीज रिकवर हुई है और 47 अभी भी जो है मिसिंग है और ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगातार चल रहा है क्योंकि अभी भी जो शिमला का रामपुर है वहां से सिर्फ 1 डेड बॉडीज रिकवर हुई है। बाकी अभी जो है 36 यानी 36 लोग अभी भी लापता है। लगातार एनडीआरएफ, सेना और एसडीआरएफ, हिमाचल पुलिस, सीआईएसएफ, आईटीबीपी वो सर्च ऑपरेशन कर रहे हैं पूरे क्षेत्र में और ये जानने की कोशिश की जा रही है कि कहीं जो है डेड बॉडी फ्लड के बाद जो है कहीं दबी ना हो और कहीं वो आगे 10 किलोमीटर तक कम से कम ये रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन और सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। और अगर मैं आपको और बात करूं तो मंडी में भी अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है क्योंकि वहां पे भी 6 लोग अभी मिसिंग है और साथ में कुल्लू में भी अभी 5 से 6 लोग मिसिंग है। तो टोटल जो संख्या है अभी भी वो 47 के करीब अभी भी टोटल मिसिंग है हिमाचल प्रदेश में। वो तब जब आज तीसरा दिन है और अगर मैं आपको और डैमेज की बात करूं तो अभी भी जो है हिमाचल में 120 के करीब सड़कें बंद है, 220 के आसपास जो है बिजली के ट्रांसफर ठप है, पानी की जो सप्लाई स्कीम्स है वो 150 के करीब वो बंद पड़ी है। और इसी तरह से जो है और जो डैमेज है, काफी डैमेज हिमाचल प्रदेश में हुआ है। पुल बह गए थे और गाड़ियां 20 के करीब गाड़ियां बह गई और अभी भी जो है मौसम विभाग ने अलर्ट जारी किया है कि अभी भी फ्लैश फ्लड और क्लाउड बर्स्ट हो सकते हैं क्योंकि अगले 48 घंटे में फिर से मौसम विभाग ने येलो अलर्ट हिमाचल प्रदेश में जारी किया।
Right, thank you, V.D. Sharma, for joining us and bringing us those details. Shifting focus to the national capital, in a shocking case of neglect, 28 mentally challenged people have died at a shelter home in Delhi since the beginning of this year, with 14 deaths, including that of a child, taking place in July alone, prompting the state government to order a probe. The BJP has said that it would bring up the issue in the Lok Sabha as well, while the Aam Aadmi Party has accused the party of following a dual model of politics. State Minister Atishi said that no one would be spared, while the NCW chief Rekha Sharma has said that people died from contaminated food and water. Listen.
इन डेथ्स में इंक्वायर करने के लिए जैसे ही ये खबर आई, तुरंत एक मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी इंस्टीट्यूट कर दी गई है। 24 घंटे के अंदर अंदर प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी रिपोर्ट जो मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी है उसकी डेडलाइन दी गई है। अगर इस मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी में किसी भी अफसर की, चाहे वो सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो डॉक्टर हो, चाहे वो नर्स हो, चाहे वो केयर गिवर हो, चाहे वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हो, अगर किसी भी अफसर की लापरवाही निकलती है तो उन पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करी जाएगी।
इसमें सबसे ज्यादा प्राइमा फेशिया ये मिला है कि पानी एक तो कंटेमिनेटेड है, फिल्टर्स प्रॉपरली लगे नहीं हुए। अभी मैं किचन में होके आई हूँ, वहां पर भी फिल्टर नहीं है। पानी जो भी आ रहा है, जो भी बच्चों को पिला रहे हैं, और जितने लोगों की डायरिया से ज्यादातर अधिकतर डेथ हुई है, ये भी पाया गया है कि 4 घंटे के अंदर अंदर एक बच्चे की डेथ हुई है डायरिया होते ही।
Now, Manoj Kathuria, the SUV driver arrested in connection to the death of 3 UPSC students at the basement of a coaching centre in Delhi's Rajendra Nagar, had walked out of Bihar jail yesterday. This comes after the 30,000 court granted him bail, stating that the Delhi police implicated him in their over-enthusiasm. Now, Kathuria was accused of driving his Force Gurkha car through the street and that was already flooded by rainwater, causing the water to flood the coaching's basement.
मैं तो यही कहूँगा, 2 लाइन का जवाब है कि न्याय की जीत हुई। हाँ, मैं इससे ज़्यादा क्या बोलूँ। जो जितना दिन का इनका कष्ट लिखा हुआ था, इन्होंने अब ये तो वही बता पाएंगे, लेकिन हमें विश्वास था न्यायपालिका पे कि हमें ज़रूर जीत मिलेगी, क्योंकि हम इनोसेंट थे और हैं। अभी इनिशियल स्टेज है, बेल आउट हो गए, फैमिली के साथ अपना जाएंगे। 27 तारीख से वो जेसी और पीसी में थे, तो वो फीलिंग तो वही बता पाएंगे, लेकिन मुझे न्यायपालिका पर पूरा भरोसा, क्योंकि हम बार और बेंच में हम रहते हैं। हमें विश्वास था कि सच्चाई की जीत होगी और वही हुई आज।
Now, the centre has removed Paramilitary BSF chief with immediate effect. Separate orders have been issued by the Appointments Committee of the Cabinet that said that they were being prematurely repatriated with immediate effect. The Election Commission of India is visiting Jammu and Kashmir next week to review preparations for the assembly elections, which are likely to be held in September. Now, during the 3-day visit by the full commission headed by Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar, the panel will meet officials of Jammu and Kashmir administration and representatives of political parties in Srinagar and Jammu between the 8th and 10th of August. Sources also say that the commission is expected to announce polls in Jammu and Kashmir anytime after the 15th of August to meet the deadline of 30th September, which has been set by the Supreme Court. Now, pay cash and get more marks. This is the latest scam that has been unearthed in Bihar, where aspiring teachers who in fact recently took an exam are now receiving calls from cyber criminals offering to increase their marks for money. Take a look at this report.
Controversy over a key Bihar teacher recruitment exam conducted 10 days ago. After allegations that cyber criminals have accessed data about candidates and are now calling them, asking for money in exchange for getting marks increased. 22-year-old Priya Kumari from Bihar's Bhojpur district is eagerly waiting for the exam results. But this phone call has made her jittery. During the phone call, the caller demanded 50,000 rupees in lieu of getting her marks increased.
तो अभी हम आधे घंटे रुकेंगे आपका प्रिया जी, तो आधे घंटे का अगर पेमेंट हो पाता है तो पेमेंट कीजिएगा, नहीं
ना
तो
ठीक है, हम आधा घंटा के अंदर आपको 20,000 रुपये, लेकिन देखिएगा मेरा नंबर थोड़ा बढ़ा दीजिएगा।
हाँ, जो यहाँ से डिस्ट्रिक्ट अलॉटमेंट करेंगे ना, हम अपना सिस्टम से एक फोटो क्लिक करके आपको भेज देंगे, आप उस चीज को देख लीजिएगा।
ठीक।
मेरे पास 2-3 दिन पहले कॉल आता है, तो बीपीएससी ऑफिस से बोल रहा है मंजीत कुमार, और वो मेरा नाम बोलती है और मेरे पिताजी का नाम और मेरी माता का नाम और डेट ऑफ बर्थ बताती है, जो कि सही बात है।
Priya is not the only one being targeted by cyber criminals. Lakhs of students in Bihar who have appeared for their teacher recruitment exams and are awaiting their results are receiving similar calls. Cyber criminals claiming to be associated with the Bihar Public Service Commission that conducts the exam are demanding anything between 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh rupees for enhancing marks and rankings in the merit list.
इस बार तो हम दिए नहीं तो क्वालिफाई कैसे हो जाएंगे?
आपका हम पिछले वाले में ही क्वालिफाई करेंगे।
कैसे
करेंगे? उसका सेकेंड लिस्ट में आपका क्वालिफाई करेंगे। देना है 20,000 अभी लगेगा, बाकी काम करने के बाद देंगे।
क्या बीपीएससी ऑफिस के अंदर से डाटा लीक हो रहा है, साइबर कैफे से हो रहा है, या कुछ कोचिंग संचालक, कोचिंग शिक्षक जो पेपर लीक धांधली सेटिंग में संलिप्त रहते हैं, कहीं वो लोग भी तो डाटा लीक नहीं कर रहे हैं? तो इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। हम नीतीश कुमार जी से ये मांग कर रहे हैं कि लाखों शिक्षक अभ्यर्थियों के हित में आप पूरे मामले की निष्पक्षता के साथ जांच करवाई जाए, और जो भी इसमें संलिप्त हो उन सब पे कठोर कानूनी कार्रवाई की जाए।
Even before the NET paper leak controversy could really settle down, the TRE examination conducted by Bihar Public Service Commission, that is BPSC, has created another uproar. Thousands of examinees have already taken their exams and are awaiting their results, are getting calls from unknown numbers, demanding money in lieu of getting their ranks improved. And surprisingly, the callers are rolling out details which are supposed to be classified and should only be with BPSC, like their roll numbers, detail of their parents, their examination centers, and even their admit card numbers.
Officials in charge blame cyber cafes for the chaos. They believe over 70 to 80% students hailing from rural areas use cyber cafes to fill forms, and all their personal information gets leaked from there.
यहाँ तक कि डाउनलोड भी करते हैं लोग साइबर सेल से जाकर एडमिट कार्ड, तो सारी चीज़ें बाहर में रहती है। बीपीएससी से कोई कंसर्न ही नहीं इनका। ये बिल्कुल गलत और फेक है, सिर्फ भ्रामक है और कुछ नहीं।
The Bihar government says the state police's economic offences wing that recently cracked the NEET UG paper leak case will handle this investigation too. With Prabhakar Kumar in Patna, Bureau Report, NDTV.
The Cabinet has approved 8 important national high-speed road corridor projects of the length of 936 kilometers at a total cost of 50,655 crore rupees to improve logistics efficiency, reduce congestion and enhance connectivity across the country. We'll bring you more in these stories. For now, we take a short break.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Worli International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Kamala Harris, who is the Vice President of the US, has won enough delegate votes to secure the Democratic presidential nomination, according to an announcement by the Democratic National Committee Chair, Jamie Harrison. The DNC will not make an official announcement of results until Monday evening, when the virtual voting process closes for delegates to next month's Democratic National Convention. Now, Harris would be the first black woman and first Indian American in American history to secure a major political party's presidential nomination. Here's a report by Nick Harper that was sent to us from Washington, D.C. Democratic delegates are holding an unusual pre-convention, in fact, a virtual vote in order to finalize their nomination before a ballot access.
And before I was elected a United States Senator, I was an elected Attorney General and an elected District Attorney.
Kamala Harris joining the race now and President Biden, of course, exiting the race. How does that change the scenario, the electoral scenario for the presidential elections in the United States?
Well, I mean, I think it completely upended the way things were heading. In the weeks before Biden dropped out, almost all of the oxygen in the campaign was about Biden's age and whether he was up to the task and whether he had any chance of winning. And then the Republicans were very sort of had kind of a triumphal convention, and they were talking about sweeping the Congress, and the Democrats were feeling really gloomy. You started having some big donors withholding campaign contributions, and it was generally looking pretty bleak. When Biden dropped out and immediately endorsed Harris, and everybody sort of in the party sort of quickly coalesced around her, it just flipped the script, because I think a lot of Democrats were, as I said, feeling really borderline hopeless about the trajectory of the campaign. And this was kind of like a shot in the arm, created a lot of enthusiasm, really impressive and quick donations, apparently on the order of 200 million in the first week in terms of campaign contributions to Harris. The polls started showing her more or less even with Trump, whereas Biden had been running consistently behind in most of the swing states. So in the short run, at least, it rejuvenated the Democratic campaign. I mean, it's hard to say how it will play out in the longer run, because, you know, she hasn't run a campaign like this before. And the Republicans hadn't really been directing their fire at her. And now they were obviously thrown off balance in a big way by this. And then after that, you know, you had the really shaky introduction of J.D. Vance as Trump's vice presidential candidate and the gaffes that he's committed. And so as a consequence, so far, she hasn't really sort of endured an aggressive campaign, focus by the Republicans and by the media, but that is sure to come.
Shifting focus to sports now, badminton men's singles quarterfinal, Lakshya Sen has become the first men's singles player to reach the semi-final stage in the Olympic Games. He beat Chao Tian Chen, Chinese Taipei world rank 11. Now, Lakshya will face the winner of Lo Qian versus Victor Alexen, which is scheduled later as well. The semi-finals are scheduled for 12 o'clock on the 4th of August. Now, ISRO has chosen the youngest of its astronaut designates as the prime astronaut to fly on the upcoming Indo-US mission to the International Space Station. The prime astronaut will be Lucknow-born Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. The backup astronaut will be Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair, the oldest of the astronaut designates, and he was born in Tiruvallur, Kerala. Both are Indian Air Force test pilots and will fly on Axiom 4 flight using the SpaceX rocket and Crew Dragon. The flight is expected in early 2025 as part of the joint ISRO-NASA mission ahead of the Gaganyaan mission. Now, an ISRO scientist spoke to NDTV as well. Listen in to what he had to say.
ISRO has chosen the youngest of its astronaut designates as the prime astronaut to fly on the upcoming Indo-US mission to the International Space Station. The prime astronaut will be Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, and there's a backup astronaut as well that will be Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair, the oldest of the astronaut designates. Well, let's go across to Pallav Bagla now for more. So exciting news, Pallav. Both of these astronauts are Indian Air Force test pilots, and the flight will be taking place in 2025.
Certainly. After 40 plus years, India will see its second astronaut go into space. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla is the prime astronaut, and the backup is Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair. Both of them are IAS test pilots, and they will fly on an Axiom 4 mission. Axiom is the company, the commercial company on which the flight will take place, and they are likely to fly on a Falcon 9 rocket using the Crew Dragon and go to the International Space Station. It is likely that the Indian astronaut will spend about a fortnight at the International Space Station and conduct scientific experiments. This has come about as a result of an Indo-US agreement between President Joe Biden and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this astronaut is really a stepping stone for India for its Gaganyaan mission. The Gaganyaan mission is when an Indian astronaut will go into space from Indian soil on an Indian rocket. And rightly, India has chosen the youngest of the astronauts, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, who's just about 39 or 40 years of age and has many years in his career, and he can contribute towards India's Gaganyaan mission. And remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already announced that by 2040, India will land an Indian on the surface of the moon. So one small step for India and one giant leap for the whole country. A big day for India as the astronaut designates have been announced for the ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Station. Very exciting times for India.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Pallav, for joining us with that. So something to look forward to in 2025.
We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India. So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7.
Very good morning. You're watching NDTV. I'm Arti Krishnan. Let's take a look at the top headlines. Day 5 of the rescue operations in Wayanad, over 300 dead in Kerala's worst ever disaster. Hundreds missing in Wayanad. Army steps up rescue operations. NDTV reports from the epicenter of the Wayanad landslides. Cloudburst in Himachal kills 8. 53 people missing in Himachal. Pilgrims stranded in Uttarakhand. Rescue operations underway. Politics over shelter home deaths spirals under fire. Delhi government orders magisterial probe. Delhi LG orders comprehensive inquiry. BJP MP raises the issue in Parliament. Government's big infrastructure push. Modi 3.0 launches first big road project. Government's nod to road projects over 50,000 crore rupees. 8 national high-speed corridor projects have been approved. Manu lines up for a hat-trick of medals. Manu Bakar in the 25-meter rifle final. Giant killer Lakshya Sen enters Olympic semis. First Indian male shuttler in Olympic semis. US presidential elections are about to occur. Race for the White House is impending. Kamala Harris is officially named as the Democratic nominee. Trump versus Harris is official now. Now, top focus, Vice President Kamala Harris has won enough delegate votes to secure the Democratic presidential nomination, according to an announcement by the Democratic National Committee Chair, Jamie Harrison. The DNC will not make an official announcement of results until Monday evening, when the virtual voting process closes for delegates to next month's Democratic National Convention. Now, Harris will be the first black woman and first Indian American in American history to secure a major party's presidential nomination. Now, the Democratic delegates are holding an unusual pre-convention virtual vote in order to finalize their nomination before a ballot access deadline in Ohio next week, which was set before the party's national convention, which kicks off in Chicago on the 19th of August. They'd been planning to formally select their presidential candidate since May, long before Biden withdrew his re-election bid. Now, my colleague, in fact, brings us this report from Washington, D.C. Here's what Nick Harper brings us.
Kamala Harris is someone who throughout her career has continued to make history. And here she is once again becoming, for the very first time, the first female person of colour to top a ticket. And importantly, the first Indian American to top a ticket for a major national party. It's huge news, but of course not unexpected, because there was no one else challenging her for the nominee position. But I think what is interesting to note, this was a virtual roll call that began on Thursday. It was going to run all the way through till Monday, and in the space of just over 24 hours, she has already reached the position of getting enough delegates to become the nominee. The Democratic National Committee chairperson, Jamie Harrison, has called that simply outstanding. And I think that reflects the momentum and the enthusiasm that we've seen in the Democratic Party in the last 2 weeks, or less than 2 weeks, since Joe Biden dropped out of the race. There has been this real rallying around Kamala Harris as the new candidate and now nominee of the party. That enthusiasm has been at a grassroots level, but it's also been at the highest level of government, with lawmakers on Capitol here in Washington rallying around her. So yes, she's now the official nominee, making history, but bear in mind she could make history again in November, because if after that November 5th election, if she were to win, she'd become the first female president of the United States as well.
I'm being joined by Neha Devan, the National Co-Director for South Asians for Harris in New York. Harini Krishnan also joins us, National Co-Director for South Asians for Harris in California. First question to Neha, in fact. Now, the biggest question at this point is Kamala Harris is number 2. There's a lot of speculation over Josh Shapiro being picked as the Vice President.
I mean, at this point, it's anybody's guess. There's still a few people in the mix. There's a lot of different talks about, whether it would be Mark Kelly or Tim Walz or who it is. We'll just have to wait till Tuesday to find out who it is. It's really hard to take a call at this point.
Right, Harini Krishnan, how significant of a moment is this for the South Asian community especially? Now, Kamala becoming the Vice President itself was such a landmark moment. And at this point, this is being seen as a big win for South Asian community, nomination itself. But if she wins, that would be quite important.
No, absolutely. This is, we're on the cusp of making history. She will, based on the unprecedented momentum and energy we're seeing, she will become the first South Asian, the first Indian American woman president. Mark my words. I'll come back on November 6th to talk to you. But the momentum and energy, Neha and my phones have been literally just ringing off the hook. And we've had 1,200 volunteers sign up, over the last 7 days just to join our phone banks or text banks or canvases. There's so much energy in the South Asian and Indian American community. I will say on a personal note, I am a DNC delegate, and yesterday, I was one of the lead whips in California. So I had to call delegates around California to remind them to vote in the virtual roll call. And today, when DNC Chair Jamie Harrison announced that we'd reached that threshold past 2,300, it was a personal moment of pride, right, as a South Asian delegate. And I will, say this cycle and this year, we have the highest number of South Asian and Indian American delegates to the Democratic National Convention, almost 50 of them, and a majority of them are South Asians for Harris, national leaders and state leaders. So we are so excited for convention. We're seeing unprecedented energy across community, it's multi-generational. Everybody is excited.
Right, that's quite a feat. Now, Neha, in terms of promises that are being made by Kamala Harris, now she did earlier mention as well that she is going to be taking forward Biden's vision for the nation. But is there a personal touch that she's bringing to the campaign as well?
She's the first woman, of color, really, biracial woman. There's just so much. Yeah, there's a completely different touch to the campaign. I mean, she's able to relate to a completely different demographic that wasn't necessarily able to be reached before. She's able to bring the policies that she's been working on throughout her career, whether it's voting rights or racial justice or whatever it is, right to the forefront. I mean, this is something that she's done. So she definitely brings a different flavor. And let me just tell you, I have been doing several presidential cycles in the South Asian space. I have never seen anything like this before in terms of energizing our base. I mean, this is huge. This is very, very historic. Come what may, this is, a lot to talk to our daughters about. So very, very excited.
Right. Harini, now the Trump campaign seems to be quite confident in being able to beat Harris. Do you think the assassination bid had given a boost to Trump's popularity as he projects himself as a champion of democracy as well? Speaking of popularity, we're talking about Kamala Harris. We'll come to that in a minute. But on the opposition side, do you think they've gained quite a bit of popularity as well?
No, whatever popularity he thought he got was swept away the moment Kamala Harris was endorsed by Joe Biden. And you saw this, right? The entire nation, the entire Democratic Party. You're talking about the top leadership in the Senate, in the House, governors, You're talking about, all 50 Democratic State Party leaders aligning behind her. You're talking about youth groups that were disenchanted, all of a sudden jumping on the wagon, right? And coming up with memes and TikToks. So in terms of if you want to talk about popularity, it's Kamala Harris that is riding the wave of popularity, not Trump. In fact, I think he's made faux pas after faux pas, choosing J.D. Vance, who was on record for saying that women should stay in violent marriages. Somebody who is, by all definition, extreme. Also going on I don't know if you saw, but in the National Association of Black Journalists conference, and literally maligning and demeaning the Black journalist who asked him questions and calling her nasty, right? He lost the Black vote right there and then. Even whoever was, looking at him, even in a somewhat favorable, he lost that right there. So he is only draining, votes from women across, regardless of what demographic and regardless of what race. He is draining the vote of immigrants. They see the contrast. They see somebody, who is Black, who's South Asian, who's Indian American, who's been an advocate for immigrants, an advocate for people who look like you and me, versus somebody who's spouting xenophobic rhetoric and goes on a Black journalist conference and calls the Black journalist who interviewed him nasty. So people see I think more and more and more people are seeing who he is. He also chose a disastrous VP pick. So I think he's losing support.
Right, Neha, now,
if I can actually just add to that,
Kamala Harris seems to
with the
be
Republican
already
Party,
gaining
it's
support
gotten to the
online.
point.
But what is the strategy ahead to keep the momentum going? We've seen the enthusiasm start up high, but to keep that momentum going, have you made some plans? If you could hear me. Neha, if you can hear me.
I think I might have missed that. Sorry, what was your question?
My question is about the momentum going ahead. Now, Kamala Harris has been getting support online. The enthusiasm is high, but to keep the momentum going throughout the campaign, what is the strategy ahead?
I mean, at this point, we're doing what we were already doing, right? Under South Asians for Biden, which then pivoted to South Asians for Harris. We're partnering with other coalition partners. We have phone banks already out there, text banks already out there. We're reaching out to voters. We're listening to the issues that are there on the ground. Yeah. I mean, we're ready. We were ready before she was even nominated, and we're just continuing on with the work that we're doing. We have about 96 days to go. So I think that momentum will carry over. And this is not something that's going on for months and months and months. We're already here. It's 2 weeks. We're going to be at the convention for 2 weeks. And then we're just out there. And the thousands of volunteers that are signed up, I mean, these are people that are not necessarily going to go away. So this will keep on going.
Right, Harini, before we let you go, there have been several questions regarding immigration laws as well. Could there be changes on that front? And if you could take us to specific promises that the campaign is making for women as well as for immigrants as well.
No, and I will say this. This is somebody whose mother was an immigrant. She understands the immigrant experience far better than Donald Trump or, J.D. Vance. She understands the complexities of things like H-1B visas. She understands the complexities of green card backlogs. She understands the complexities of undocumented, migrants and families with children. And so whatever her policy stance is, it will be reflective of her life experiences as an immigrant, and it will be one that will be, the Kamala Harris that I have known brings people to the table. She brings everybody who is affected by the policy issue to the table to have a discussion, to go through pros and cons of policies. That's what she's done over the last 3.5 years, whether it's immigration, maternal health care, AI. She's convened these roundtables at the White House, and she's going to continue doing that, whether that's immigration or any other policy.
Right, Neha, final question. Now, Kamala Harris seems to have struck a chord with the youth. And like you were mentioning, memes and TikToks that were being shared about Kamala Harris. Do you think now that is a big win for the campaign, because that's how you gain more popularity and keep that momentum going throughout the campaign?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, we have a youth team that has completely, I mean, they can't keep up with how many people are coming to them and volunteering. These are first time volunteers, people who were not engaged before, who just felt very apathetic, are, coming out in droves. So this youth momentum, and especially with social media, I mean, it's just going to go on, and we're just going to be able to capitalize on that. So this is truly a multi-generational effect at this point. You can have an 81-year-old and a 16-year-old, all very enthusiastic, all energized, all writing postcards together or making, phone calls. So really, what you're hearing right now is something that you're going to continue to hear over the next few months.
Right. Thank you, Neha and Harini, for joining us and sharing your thoughts on this. That is, as far as Kamala Harris's campaign is concerned, she's officially been named as a Democratic nominee for the presidential elections. In an interview to NDTV, political analyst Matthew Baum emphasized that the US election race remains highly competitive following Harris's entry. Take a look.
How do you think Kamala Harris joining the race now and President Biden, of course, exiting the race, how does that change the scenario, the electoral scenario for the presidential elections in the United States?
Well, I mean, I think it completely upended the way things were heading in the weeks before Biden dropped out. Almost all of the oxygen in the campaign was about Biden's age and whether he was up to the task and whether he had any chance of winning. And then the Republicans were very sort of had kind of a triumphal convention, and they were talking about sweeping the Congress, and the Democrats were feeling really gloomy. You started having some big donors withholding campaign contributions, and it was generally looking pretty bleak. When Biden dropped out and immediately endorsed Harris, and everybody sort of in the party sort of quickly coalesced around her, it just flipped the script, because I think a lot of Democrats were, as I said, feeling really borderline hopeless about the trajectory of the campaign, and this was kind of like a shot in the arm. Created a lot of enthusiasm, really impressive and quick donations, apparently on the order of 200 million in the first week in terms of campaign contributions to Harris. The polls started showing her more or less even with Trump, whereas Biden had been running consistently behind in most of the swing states. So in the short run, at least, it rejuvenated the Democratic campaign. I mean, it's hard to say how it will play out in the longer run, because, she hasn't run a campaign like this before. And the Republicans hadn't really been directing their fire at her. And now they were obviously thrown off balance in a big way by this. And then after that, you had the really shaky introduction of J.D. Vance as Trump's vice presidential candidate and the gaffes that he's committed. And so as a consequence, so far, she hasn't really sort of endured an aggressive campaign, focus by the Republicans and by the media, but that is sure to come. So we'll have to see how it plays out over time.
Now, 5 days after the massive landslides in Wayanad, the rescue and rehabilitation is still underway. While the army constructed a makeshift bridge in record time to move the equipment to far-flung areas, the political mudslinging over the accountability in the tragedy continues. The death toll has crossed 300, many still reported missing. My colleague Pratibha Raman reports from Ground Zero. Take a look.
We are on the JCB, which is actually trying to remove the silt as well as the mud here in the region where the landslide took place. Many such private players who are coming in to help the defense as well as the NDRF teams to ensure that bodies can be recovered in the most efficient manner possible. there is still hope that there would be survivors here in this region. There is still hope that we can save many more lives. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at Wayanad for NDTV. This is the place where the bridge collapsed, Chural Mala that it's called. And that's where Mundakai is, and from Mundakai the landslide happens in a span of 4 hours. 3 landslides concurrently takes place, falls into this particular place called Chural Mala, collapsing the entire bridge, removing accessibility from the town area to the neighboring villages, as well as several of those towns that are now washed away. A life that once was. That is exactly the remnants of it that you find here. The boulders, several boulders of it, the flash floods destroying all of them. One needs to manually remove it, but with the help of JCBs and earth moving equipment that have been brought in with the help of this bridge, accessibility has been established. There is still hope that there would be many survivors that they could help and save lives. There is still hope that there would be people who are trapped and they could be brought to a safer location here. But still, there could be hundreds and hundreds of them lying buried underneath. And that's the most distressing situation that Wayanad faces at this point in time. Could this have been averted? Is politics really necessary at this time? All of this aside, priority still remains relief and rescue measures. Defense teams, NDRF teams, SDRF teams, as well as volunteers from all across Kerala who have come here, camping here day in and day out, only to ensure that lives can be saved. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at the epicenter of the landslide at Wayanad for NDTV.
Now, that's so far as the ground situation is concerned. Several families have been devastated by this disaster. NDTV giving you an opportunity to help them. The numbers of the bank account is flashing on your screen. You can donate to Hope Trust by bringing in and roping in funds for the operations, for the rehabilitation of the people there devastated by the landslides in Wayanad. Now, Congress leader Jairam Ramesh as well had shared on social media platform X that he had flagged this issue earlier, all the way in 2019. He said that during 0 hour he had raised the issue of the Western Ghats, but he said only in 2024 has this area been tagged as ecologically sensitive, and he does say that the entire 57,000 square kilometers stretch had now been termed as eco-sensitive, but the delay in that tag is what has led to has directly led to this incident, is what he says. Now, in Himachal Pradesh, rescue operations are underway to trace over 53 people missing following flash floods triggered by cloudbursts in 3 districts of Himachal Pradesh. 3 more bodies were recovered, taking death toll to 8. Flash floods occurred in Kulu Padar in Mandi and Rampur in Shimla districts of Himachal. My colleague V.D. Sharma joins us with more details. Now, Sharma, if you could take us through the latest coming in, we're learning that 53 people are now missing.
बिल्कुल आरती, मैं आपको बताऊं, अभी तक जो मिसिंग की संख्या है वो 47 है, क्योंकि कुछ डेड बॉडीज कल रिकवर हुए थे. पहले 49 था ये आंकड़ा, और अब जो डेथ टोल है वो 6 है और 47 मिसिंग है. तो अभी जो ताज़ा अपडेट हमारे पास आ रहा है, एक लाहौल स्पीति में जो है बादल फटने की घटना हुई है. वहाँ एक महिला मिसिंग थी, लेकिन उनकी डेड बॉडी रिकवर की गई है. तो ये जो डेड बॉडीज टूल है ये 7 हो गया है, और जो मिसिंग है अभी 47 है. तो कुल मिलाकर जो हिमाचल प्रदेश में स्थिति है, ये 6 घटनाएं हुई थी हिमाचल प्रदेश में बादल फटने की. रामपुर में, कुल्लू में, कुल्लू के 3 जगहों में हुई थी, और इसके साथ साथ जो है लाहौल स्पीति में एक घटना हुई, और मंडी के 2 जगह बादल फटने की घटना हुई है. और अभी जो है हिमाचल मौसम विभाग ने 2 दिन का येलो अलर्ट फिर से जारी किया है कि अभी भारी से भारी बारिश हिमाचल प्रदेश में होगी. और साथ ही जो अभी जो मिसिंग लोग हैं, जो ये स्पॉट्स है। अभी यहाँ पर सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, अब रेस्क्यू के बजाय सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, क्योंकि तीसरा दिन है आज, तो इसलिए जो है अब चांसेस कम है कि रेस्क्यू कोई हो, कुछ एक जगह को छोड़कर, जैसे कुल्लू के मलाना या पावर प्रोजेक्ट के आसपास है, क्योंकि वहाँ लोग अभी फंसे हुए हैं, इसलिए वहाँ रेस्क्यू हो सकता है। बाकी जो शिमला के रामपुर की बात करूं मैं, या फिर मंडी के जो है पदर राजबन की बात करूं, और कुल्लू के कुछ और एरियाज है वहाँ की बात करूं, तो वहाँ अब जो है सर्च ऑपरेशन चल रहा है, क्योंकि मिसिंग जो लोग हैं वो अभी जो है उनकी डेड बॉडीज मिल जाए, अगर कहीं गलती से कोई जिंदा बचा हो, अदरवाइज तो सर्च ऑपरेशन NDRF, SDRF, आर्मी, हिमाचल पुलिस, ये सभी जो है ITBP, CISF लगातार जो है सर्च ऑपरेशन अब चला रहे हैं हिमाचल।
Right, thank you, Sharma, for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, neighbouring Uttarakhand, pilgrims have been stranded in Kedarnath. The IAF has joined the rescue operations. Flash floods had occurred after a cloudburst incident. 14 people killed in the heavy rains. 2,100 people have been rescued yesterday. The IAF, NDRF and the SDF teams are carrying out rescue operations, is what we're learning. The trek route to Kedarnath has been destroyed as well, leading to devotees being stranded. My colleague Kishore joins us with more details. Kishore, in terms of the Kedarnath Yatra, we're learning that several of the devotees are stuck now because the trek route has been destroyed by the cloudburst.
बिल्कुल, केदारनाथ रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में बुधवार को जो बारिश आई थी उसके बाद जो फ्लैश फ्लड आए थे कई जगहों पर, और जिससे पैदल रास्ता और सोनप्रयाग से गौरीकुंड का जो मोटर रास्ता है, गाड़ियों का रास्ता, वो वॉश आउट हो गया था। अब तक 7200 लोग निकाल दिए गए हैं। लगभग अभी भी 1200 लोग वहां पर मौजूद है, जिसमें केदारनाथ धाम में लगभग 800 के करीब संख्या बताई जा रही है। चीड़वासा और भीमबली में 200 लोग बताए जा रहे हैं। जो नीचे चीड़वासा और यहाँ पे फंसे हुए लोग हैं, ये बेसिकली जो पैदल रास्ता है वहाँ वॉश आउट हो गया था। इसकी वजह से वो एक जगह पे उनको सुरक्षित रखा गया है, क्योंकि वहाँ पर बड़ी लिंचौली, रुद्रा पॉइंट, रामबाड़ा, भीमबली, जंगल चट्टी और चीड़वासा, ये ऐसे पॉइंट है जहाँ पर रहने और खाने पीने की सुविधाएं हैं, और यहाँ पर SDRF और NDRF ने इनको सुरक्षित स्थानों पर रखा है। लेकिन जो केदारनाथ में है, वो केदारनाथ धाम में भी उनको सुरक्षित रखा गया है। वहाँ पर हालांकि वहाँ पर कोई डिजास्टर नहीं आया था, लेकिन निचले इलाकों में आया था। अब चिनूक और MI-17 के अलावा 5 सिविल एविएशन के जो हेलीकॉप्टर हैं, वो सुबह 6 बजे से मौसम के क्लियर होते ही उन्होंने रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन शुरू कर दिया है, क्योंकि अब इन लोगों को जो ऊपर केदारनाथ में फंसे लोग हैं, जिनको रखा गया है सुरक्षा के तौर पर, वो अब हेलीकॉप्टर के जरिए ही उनको तेजी से नीचे लाया जाएगा। अगर मौसम साफ रहा तो शाम तक इन लोगों को आराम से लेके आ जाएगा, क्योंकि उस इलाके में मौसम सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत है। और वैसे भी मौसम विभाग ने कई जिलों के लिए येलो अलर्ट का जारी किया है, भारी बारिश का। रुद्रप्रयाग और चमोली के लिए भी एक स्पेशल अलर्ट है कि वहाँ पर भी बादल और छाए रहेंगे और बारिश भी हो सकती है। तो ऐसे में रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन में थोड़ी दिक्कतें जो सबसे ज्यादा कर रहा है वो मौसम कर रहा है। जी,
Thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, Manoj Katoria, the SUV driver arrested in connection to the death of 3 UPSC students at the basement of a coaching centre in Delhi's Rajendra Nagar, walked out of the Har jail yesterday. This comes after the 30 Hazari court granted him bail, stating that the Delhi police implicated him in their over-enthusiasm. Now, Katoria was accused of driving his Force Gorkha car through the street that was flooded by rainwater, causing the water to flood the coaching's basement.
मैं तो यही कहूँगा, 2 लाइन का जवाब है कि न्याय की जीत हुई है। हाँ, मैं इससे ज़्यादा क्या बोलूँ। जो जितना दिन का इनका कष्ट लिखा हुआ था, इन्होंने अब ये तो वही बता पाएंगे, लेकिन हमें विश्वास था न्यायपालिका पे कि हमें ज़रूर जीत मिलेगी, क्योंकि हम इनोसेंट थे और हैं। अभी इनिशियल स्टेज है, बेल आउट हो गए, वो फैमिली के साथ अपने जाएंगे। 27 तारीख से वो JC और PC में थे, तो वो फीलिंग तो वही बता पाएंगे, लेकिन मुझे न्यायपालिका पर पूरा भरोसा, क्योंकि हम बार और बेंच में हम रहते हैं। हमें विश्वास था कि सच्चाई की जीत होगी, और वही हुई आज।
My colleague Ishika joins us with more details. Ishika, now the accused that has been arrested, the SUV driver, has been released, has walked out of jail. And both the Tis Hazari Court as well as the Delhi High Court have made remarks where they have in fact questioned the Delhi police for this arrest in the first place. The Delhi High Court even saying that it's grateful that the Delhi police have not challaned the water that was stagnant in that area as well.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, regarding the arrest of the SUV driver, both the courts, that is the Tis Hazari Court and in fact, the High Court, both in fact had questioned the, the arrest that was made by the Delhi police, saying that, how can an SUV driver be, be arrested in this entire case, because it looks like a bigger case. But yesterday we also saw how the High Court also made a jibe at the at Delhi police, saying that it is merciful that you did not challan the water like you challan the SUV driver. So certainly the Delhi High Court was very furious over the investigation that was carried out by the Delhi police in this entire matter. And because of that, the Delhi High Court decided to in fact transfer this case to the Central Bureau of Investigation, so that the investigation is done in a time-bound manner and in a systematic way. Not just that, let me also tell you that yesterday the High Court had also pulled up the civic bodies, that is the MCD, and also in fact said that there is, there seems to be no respect of law in MCD. They also in fact question as to why no officer till date was sacked because of this. The High Court also made, as you rightly said, very strong remarks as well, saying that the infrastructure of the national capital seems to be outdated in comparison to the present day, and thus, the entire infrastructure needs to be relooked. So these were, very strong observations that were made by the High Court, but certainly it came down very heavily on the investigation so far by the Delhi police and also on the civic body. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, stay on with us. We're getting some news coming in from Uttar Pradesh at this point. Similar to what's happened in Delhi, a girl, Vani Avasti, is undergoing treatment at a private hospital in Bareilly after she suffered electrocution at a coaching center in Delhi, where she is a student. She'd suffered the electric shock when she was allegedly using a biometric machine to register her attendance amid waterlogging. Now, in the national capital, in a shocking case of neglect, 28 mentally challenged people have died at a shelter home since the beginning of this year, with 14 deaths, including that of a child that took place in July alone, prompting the state government to order a probe. The BJP has said that it will bring up the issue in the Lok Sabha, while the Aam Aadmi Party has accused the party of following a dual mode of politics. State Minister Atishi said no one will be spared, while the NCW chief Rekha Sharma said the people died from contaminated food and water. Listen in to these reactions.
इन डेथ्स में इंक्वायर करने के लिए जैसे ही ये खबर आई, तुरंत एक मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी इंस्टीट्यूट कर दी गई है। 24 घंटे के अंदर प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी रिपोर्ट, जो मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी है, उसकी डेडलाइन दी गई है। अगर इस मैजिस्ट्रियल इंक्वायरी में किसी भी अफसर की, चाहे वो सोशल वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट का हो, चाहे वो डॉक्टर हो, चाहे वो नर्स हो, चाहे वो केयर गिवर हो, चाहे वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर हो, अगर किसी भी अफसर की लापरवाही निकलती है तो उन पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई करी जाएगी।
इसमें सबसे ज्यादा प्राइमा फेशिया ये मिला है कि पानी एक तो कंटेमिनेटेड है, फिल्टर्स प्रॉपरली लगे नहीं हुए। अभी मैं किचन में होके आई हूँ, वहां पर भी फिल्टर नहीं है। पानी जो भी आ रहा है, जो भी बच्चों को पिला रहे हैं, और जितने लोगों की डायरिया से ज्यादातर अधिकतर डेथ हुई है, ये भी पाया गया है कि 4 घंटे के अंदर एक बच्चे की डेथ हुई है डायरिया होते ही।
आज दिल्ली के अखबारों के अंदर दिल्ली सरकार, जो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, वह उसकी लापरवाही के कारण दिल्ली रोहिणी सेक्टर 1 में आशा किरण मंद बुद्धि विकास गृह संचालित करती है दिल्ली की आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, जिसमें बड़ी संख्या में मंद बुद्धि के बालक बालिका रहते हैं। बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि 13 बच्चों की दुग्ध मृत्यु पर अपनी गहरी पीड़ा और आक्रोश व्यक्त करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हुआ हूं, जबकि जुलाई में कुल मरने वालों की संख्या 22 है।
Now, Ishika still with us. Ishika, take us to this incident that has taken place and the politics that's followed.
Well, as you rightly mentioned, it is very unfortunate that 14 in fact lost their life in 1 month in this. In fact, the Asha Kiran, the Asha Kiran Mental Hospital, but certainly now shelter home, certainly, and now the political slugfest over that has intensified. We yesterday saw how in fact the NCW chief visited that that particular shelter home, and she said that it seems like that the food with the required nutrients were not being given to them. The water was contaminated, and because of that, here the people there, they suffered, and certainly that resulted into this tragedy is what we can say. But apart from that, if we talk about Revenue Minister Atashi, she took cognizance of this, and now she has in fact ordered a magisterial probe into this entire matter. She also in fact directed the additional chief secretary to in fact submit a report regarding this in 48 hours. But certainly the BJP, the opposition, they continue to question the Delhi government, because this entire shelter home in fact was run by by the government of Delhi. So certainly questions are being raised as to why this did not come to light to the Delhi government beforehand, and why did they wait for these deaths to be reported and only then the action was taken. Why not regular inspection was done here in this particular shelter home? But now let me also tell you that the Lieutenant Governor of the National Capital, V.K. Saxena, has also taken cognizance of this matter, and he in fact directed a comprehensive inquiry into this particular matter, and also has directed the Chief Secretary to make a list of all of these shelter homes that are being run by the government of Delhi and see as to which of them are actually functioning. So now we are seeing that one by one steps are being ordered by the Delhi government and even by the Lieutenant Governor, but the questions are being raised that why did the government wait so long for taking action, and why was the inspection of these shelter homes was not done on time? Over to you.
Right, thank you, Ishika, for joining us and bringing us those details. We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Rescue operations in Wayanad, over 300 dead in Kerala's worst ever disaster. Cloudburst in Himachal kills 853 people missing in Himachal Pradesh. Pilgrims stranded in Uttarakhand. Politics over shelter home deaths spirals under fire. Delhi government orders ministerial probe. Delhi LG's orders comprehensive inquiry. Government's big infrastructure push. Modi 3.0 launches first big road project.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory
Worli International Airport where we're showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ है.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Now, the Cabinet has approved 8 important national high-speed road corridor projects of length 936 kilometers at a total cost of 50,655 crore rupees to improve logistics efficiency, reduce congestion and enhance connectivity across the country. My colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary joins us with more details. Ratnadeep, take us through the latest and the significance of this particular project.
That's right, this is a major infrastructure boost for the entire nation, and among all these projects which have been approved by the centre last evening, one of the key projects is the Guwahati Ring Road project, which is seen as a power corridor for access in terms of Guwahati, the city which is seen as the gateway to the Northeast India. In fact, we are at Baihata Charali, which is in Kamrup district, and this is going to be the starting point of the ring road project which would come up. It will be a 121-kilometer long ring road project around the city of Guwahati, which is seen as the gateway of Northeast, built at a cost of 5,729 crores. In fact, you can see this is the national highway on which now there are already infrastructure development works going on. This is a new flyover which is coming up. So the project basically encompasses a new 4-lane access controlled bypass for North Guwahati. Now, Baihata Charali leads to the North Guwahati region, which is on the northern bank of the Brahmaputra, and then a key new bridge will be built on the river Brahmaputra, linking it to the southern part of the Guwahati city. And bypassing the Guwahati city, there is already an existing Guwahati bypass, which is a 4-lane bypass that will be upgraded to a 6-lane bypass. And therefore, this entire ring road, which will be a 121-kilometer, will lead to better access, easier access from the lower Assam region, bypassing Guwahati to central Assam and onwards to upper Assam. This will also be an easier access for the people from Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya. And in fact, this will also help in decongesting the traffic in Guwahati, because now you have to either you have to take the national highway, which also remains congested with traffic, or take the roads through the Guwahati city main thoroughfare. So therefore, this ring road, which will come up at a cost of over 5,729 crores, is going to completely change the way traffic movement takes place in this area, which is a busy access route to lower Assam and Meghalaya and onwards towards upper Assam and Arunachal Pradesh.
Right, thank you Ratnadeep for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, the ISRO has chosen the youngest of its astronaut designates as the prime astronaut to fly on the upcoming Indo-US mission to the International Space Station. The prime astronaut will be from Lucknow-born Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. The backup astronaut will be Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair, the oldest of the astronaut designates, and he was born in Kerala. Both are Indian Air Force test pilots and will fly the Axiom 4 flight using the SpaceX rocket and the Crew Dragon. The flight is expected in early 2025 as part of the joint ISRO-NASA mission ahead of the Gaganyaan mission as well. Pallav Bagla, NDTV science editor, joins us with more details. Pallav sir, if you could take us through this massive step for ISRO in the space race.
Well, certainly. It's a small step for ISRO, but a giant leap for India. 40 years after cosmonaut Rakesh Sharma went into space on a Soviet mission, an Indian Gaganyaan, and that is what India calls its astronauts, is likely to go to space on an Indo-US mission. This mission will go up on a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket using the Crew Dragon, and one of the two astronauts which hopefully should be Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla, who's the youngest of the 4 astronaut designates, is likely to travel to the International Space Station, spend about a fortnight at the space station, and do some science and technology experiments, and also participate in outreach activities. Now, the Indian Space Research Organization says this is a stepping stone towards India's massive Gaganyaan project, where an Indian is to be launched into space on an Indian rocket from Indian soil. And the Gaganyaan mission is likely to take place somewhere at the end of 2025 or early 2026. But having experience from the flight to the International Space Station would be added value. Now, let me also add very quickly for you, we already have an Indian origin astronaut in astronaut Sunita Williams, who's currently at the International Space Station. She is likely to be back soon. And then Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla is likely to fly to the International Space Station. This is also the strengthening of the Indo-US ties in space and high technology.
Right.
Both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Joe Biden had ensured that India and US become close partners in critical technology.
Right. Thank you, Palla, for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, the Election Commission of India is visiting Jammu and Kashmir next week to review preparations for assembly elections likely to be held in September. Now, during the 3-day visit by the full commission headed by Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar, the panel will meet officials of Jammu and Kashmir administration and representatives of political parties in Srinagar and Jammu between the 8th and 10th of August. Sources also telling us that the commission is expected to announce elections in Jammu and Kashmir anytime after the 15th of August to meet the deadline of September 30th, which has been set by the Supreme Court. In December last year, during its verdict on Article 370, a 5-judge constitutional bench of the Supreme Court had directed the ECI to hold assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir by the 30th of September. The top court had also asked the centre to restore statehood of Jammu and Kashmir at the earliest and as soon as possible. Remember, statehood is also something that the political parties, local political parties in Jammu and Kashmir have been fighting for as well. Now, we had seen in the Lok Sabha elections that there was quite high enthusiasm when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir's voters. Now, it is yet to be seen that how the voters will come out and vote in the assembly elections. My colleague Nazir joins us with more details. Nazir, now we can expect that after the CAC's visit to Jammu and Kashmir, the dates for the elections could be announced sometime around the 15th of August.
Well, it appears that the long wait for the restoration of democracy in Jammu and Kashmir is over, and Election Commission will finally announce polls here. And the first step towards that, before announcing the polls, is the visit of the full commission. And the Election Commission has confirmed that the full commission is coming for a 3-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir to meet the officials of the J&K administration and also representatives of all the political parties in Jammu and Kashmir. They will be meeting leaders and political parties in Srinagar as well as in Jammu, and officials, including senior officials of police and the administration, besides district election officers, their DMs as well. And after they go back, it's expected after August 15. Election Commission may announce poll dates and also issue notifications so that the long wait, which people have been waiting for since long, all political parties have been saying, look, this is the region, former state, which is without an elected assembly government for last 6 years. Last assembly elections were held in 2014. In 2018, BJP-PDP government fell after BJP withdrew its support from PDP-led government. And since then, Jammu and Kashmir is under central rule, now as a union territory, which will be completing as union territory on August 5, just a few days from today. So when just 5 years back, Jammu and Kashmir was stripped of the statehood and the special status. During its verdict on Article 370 in December last year, Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court had directed Election Commission to hold elections before September 30. It has also asked the central government to restore statehood at the earliest as soon as possible. So, during Prime Minister's visit in June in Srinagar, he announced that besides holding elections, statehood will be also restored as soon as possible.
Right, thank you, Nazir, for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, the centre has removed Paramilitary BSF chief and deputy with immediate effect. Separate orders have been issued by the Appointments Committee of the Cabinet that said that they were being permanently repatriated with immediate effect. Shifting focus to sports now, India's day at Paris Olympics 2024 comes with hope for more medals, possibly more history being written by Manu Bakar. The two-time medalist at Paris 2024 will be gunning for gold in the women's 25-meter pistol final as she aims to become the first ever Indian athlete to win 3 medals in a single edition of the Olympics. Meanwhile, shuttler Lakshya Sen has scripted history as being the first in Indian badminton with a thrilling 3-game win against Chinese Taipei Chou Chen in the quarterfinal at Paris Olympics. Sen had reached where no Indian male shuttler had gone before. Lakshya is now the first Indian male shuttler and 3rd Indian overall after PV Sindhu and Saina Nehwal to enter the badminton singles semi-finals at the Olympics. He is now just 1 win away from a medal. Now, Algerian boxer Iman Khalif's Olympic bout against Angela Carini ended in just 46 seconds after the Italian fighter withdrew from the match. She was seen sobbing in the middle of the ring. However, the match resulted, which led to a massive outrage on social media as well. A debate about Khalif's gender and whether or not she should have been allowed to compete in the women's category. Olympic Committee has said that the Algerian boxer was born female and was registered female, lived her life as a female boxer as well, and has a female passport. Therefore, this is not a case of a transgender joining into a women's game. Now, the question arising is Iran on the verge of attacking Israel with another massive missile attack? After the assassination of the Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran earlier this week, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has publicly declared that they will retaliate. And now President Biden has said that the US will bolster Israel's defenses with US military deployments. Once again, the world is on edge and the crisis in the Middle East appears to be getting out of control as well. Now, as we are set to see, phase 2 of Iran's most unsuccessful missile strike on Israel. At any time now, both Iran's Supreme Leader and the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah have vowed to respond. In the last week, Israel has hit 2 targets, an airstrike on top of a Hezbollah leader in Beirut on Tuesday and the targeted hit on Hamas's political leader Haniyeh. Reports suggest that the US intelligence believes an Iranian attack is imperative but will take a few days to prepare. Now, US forces, including warships and surface-to-air missile units and fighter jets in the region, will back Israel's massive air defense network, among the most advanced in the world as well. Now, Israel could face coordinated attacks from Iran's proxies, Shia militias in Iraq, Houthis in Yemen, Hamas, the Islamic Jihad and Hezbollah in Lebanon as well. Several leading airlines are suspending flights to Israel at the moment. We'll bring you more on these stories. For now, a short break.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Worli International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारा नहीं थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Day 5 of rescue operations in Wayanad. Death toll mounts to 313, Kerala's worst ever disaster. Hundreds missing in Wayanad. NDTV reports from the epicenter of Wayanad landslides. Cloudburst in Himachal kills 7, 49 people still missing in Himachal. Heavy rainfall alert in Uttarakhand. 17 killed in Uttarakhand. Flash floods, over 7,000 rescued in Kedarnath. Politics over shelter home death spirals under fire. Delhi government orders ministerial probe. Delhi LG orders comprehensive inquiry. BJP MP raises the issue in parliament. Manu lines up for a hat-trick of medals. Manu Bakar in 25-meter rifle final. Giant killer Lakshay Sen enters Olympic semis. First Indian male shuttler in the Olympic semi-final. US presidential elections, race for White House. Kamala Harris officially Democratic nominee. Trump versus Harris is official now. Now, as devastation strikes Kerala, several families have been left in the lurch. NDTV gives you an opportunity to help them by donating to this number that is flashing on your screens. You can donate to this particular bank account, and the funds will be taken to the families that are in need in Kerala. Now, 5 days after the massive landslides in Wayanad, the rescue and rehabilitation is still underway. While the army constructed a makeshift bridge in record time to move their equipment to far-flung areas, the political mudsliding over accountability in the tragedy continues. The death toll has crossed 300, many still reported missing. My colleague Pratibha Raman joins us with more details from Wayanad, from Ground Zero. But remember, she has been reporting from the ground. As of now, we're learning that rescue operations are still underway. Let's take a look at the situation on ground.
This is the place where the bridge collapsed, Chural Mala that it's called. And that's where Mundakai is. And from Mundakai, the landslide happens in a span of 4 hours. 3 landslides concurrently takes place, falls into this particular place called Chural Mala, collapsing the entire bridge, removing accessibility from the town area to the neighboring villages, as well as several of those towns that are now washed away. A life that once was. That is exactly the remnants of it that you find here. The boulders, several boulders of it, the flash floods destroying all of them. One needs to manually remove it, but with the help of JCBs and earth moving equipment that have been brought in with the help of this bridge, accessibility has been established. There is still hope that there would be many survivors that they could help and save lives. There is still hope that there would be people who are trapped and they could be brought to a safer location here, but still there could be hundreds and hundreds of them lying buried underneath. And that's the most distressing situation that Wayanad faces at this point in time. Could this have been averted? Is politics really necessary at this time? All of this aside, priority still remains relief and rescue measures. Defense teams, NDRF teams, SDRF teams as well as volunteers from all across Kerala who have come here, camping here day in and day out only to ensure that lives can be saved. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman at the epicenter of the landslide at Wayanad for NDTV.
Now, as rescue operations continue, politics also erupting. Congress's Jairam Ramesh had in fact said that on the 5th of August in 2019, he raised this issue during the 0 hour in the Rajya Sabha, and he says that only in 31st of July 2024, following the catastrophe, did the union government finally move to declare 57,000 square kilometers as eco-sensitive. He says the delay in the ecological sensitive area tag has enabled rampant and careless commercialization, which is directly responsible for this tragedy. My colleague Pratibha joins us from Ground Zero. Pratibha, take us through the ground situation in terms of rescue and relief operations. We're learning the death toll has risen to 330 as well. Pratibha, if you're able to hear me. Pratibha, if you could hear me, take us to the latest. We're learning the death toll there in Wayanad has risen to 330.
That's right, yes, it is pretty dismal as well as distressing when you talk of the landslides and the kind of casualties that it has definitely triggered. The death toll right now stands at 330, and we are talking of several of them who have been admitted at the hospital as well. In fact, we are very close to the hospital where many of them have been admitted. There is a medical camp that has also been set up at the site to take care of bruises as well as lacerations with respect to those who have survived the tragedy, as well as for the rescue officials who have been working tirelessly there. And in the meantime, the bridge that has been established has proved to be pretty advantageous for many of the rescue officials to reach far-flung areas. Even today, we did hear of a tribal family that was rescued there, and they were perched atop in the jungle areas of Wayanad, where they were lodged for at least about 3 days with 4 innocent children there, all of them hungry for nearly 3 days there. The forest officials were right there who trekked all the way up into the forest to try and see how they could save lives. So there is still hope that there would be more survivors there who could perhaps have survived the tragedy there. But in the meantime, the bridge that has been established has proved to be beneficial in terms of moving all the earth-moving equipment as well as the JCBs there that are trying to move away or remove the silt as well as the slush to try and see if there could be bodies that could be buried underneath. In the meantime, there are scientific equipment that are also being used. One is the thermal scanner to identify those who have survived the tragedy, and the other is also a drone equipment that has been that has already flown in from Delhi, which can also be used in terms of detecting lives in some of the far-flung as well as isolated areas there. So a lot of effort that is being put in terms of rescue as well as relief operations. The defense teams, the Navy, as well as the NDRF and SDRF, all of them working in sync. And one that deserves special mention is are the volunteers here, people from in and around Kerala who have come in, abandoned their daily lives and come in to only help those with respect to the tragedy here. There are people manning the traffic. There are others who are trying to see how they could distribute food as well as other relief materials there. The Air Force as well trying to be trying to overcome the challenges in terms of the inclement weather conditions and using helicopters to distribute relief materials there. Priority right now remains relief and rescue operation while politics continue on the other side. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Pratibha, for joining us and bringing us those details. Continue tracking these developments for us from the ground. And NDTV also giving you an opportunity to help those people out who've been devastated by the landslides there in Wayanad. You can donate to the Hope Trust. The number of the bank account number, the IFSC code and all other details are flashing on your screens. We'll keep these numbers on our screens throughout the day as well. Shifting focus now, flash floods devastate Himachal Pradesh, 7 dead, 49 missing, over 60 houses washed away as per latest reports. A yellow alert has been issued in Himachal Pradesh after heavy rain. Over 100 roads have been blocked and rescue operations are underway in Himachal Pradesh as well. Remember, these flash floods have been triggered by cloud bursts and in this occurred in Kulu and Mandi as well as Shimla districts. Houses have been washed away. Numerous villages have been affected due to these flash floods as well. My colleague V.D. Sharma joins us with more details. V.D. Sharma ji, abhi in terms of people who are missing and people who have died in the flash floods, take us to the current number.
देखिए आरती, अभी तक जो मिसिंग की संख्या है वो 47 है, 47 है और 7 डेड बॉडीज रिकवर हुई है। 6 पिछले कल देर तक थी और शाम तक जो है एक डेड बॉडी जो है एक महिला की, वो लाहौल स्पीति में एक स्पिन वैली में हादसा हुआ था, बादल फटने की घटना हुई थी, वहां से रिकवर हुई है। तो ये जो है टोटल जो है 7 हो गया है डेड बॉडीज रिकवर होने का और 47 अभी भी मिसिंग है, क्योंकि लगातार एनडीआरएफ, आर्मी, आईटीबीपी, सीआईएसएफ, एसडीआरएफ, हिमाचल पुलिस जो है रेस्क्यू कह सकते हैं या सर्च ऑपरेशन लगातार चला रही है। और अभी भी जो है जो शिमला के रामपुर की घटना हुई थी उसमें सबसे ज्यादा मिसिंग अभी वहां से सिर्फ एक डेड बॉडी रिकवर हुई है, बाकी सब 36 जो पीपल है वो अभी भी जो है मिसिंग है। और अब सर्च ऑपरेशन लगातार जारी है, क्योंकि आज तीसरा दिन है सर्च ऑपरेशन का, उसके बावजूद भी जो है वहां से कुछ नहीं मिल पाया है। और दूसरी तरफ अगर मैं बात करूं मंडी की, तो मंडी से जो है 5 डेड बॉडीज रिकवर हुई है, 5 वहाँ भी मिसिंग है, 5 लोग वहाँ भी मिसिंग है। उधर कुल्लू की बात करूं तो वहाँ पे जो है अभी रेस्क्यू वहाँ चल रहा है। कुछ लोगों को पिछले कल जो है इंजीनियर मलाना डैम में फंसे हुए थे, उनको निकाला गया है, कुछ को आज जो है रेस्क्यू किया जाएगा। तो रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन लगातार चल रहा है, लेकिन बीच में जो है मौसम खराब हो रहा है, उसके चलते जो है कई जगह सर्च ऑपरेशन, कई जगह रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन, वो जो है उसमें कहीं दिक्कत आ रही है। लेकिन अभी भी जो है हिमाचल प्रदेश में येलो अलर्ट हिमाचल के मौसम विभाग ने जारी किया है कि अभी और फ्लैश फ्लड और जो है क्लाउड बर्स्ट हो सकते हैं। तो लगातार अभी जो है ये खतरा बना हुआ है हिमाचल प्रदेश में कि बारिश अगर और होती है और इस तरह के जो फ्लैश फ्लड है और आते हैं तो मुश्किलें बढ़ सकती है। लेकिन जो है अभी भी जो है बहुत ज्यादा जो है डैमेज, रोड डैमेज हुए हैं, 120 के करीब रोड डैमेज है, बिजली के ट्रांसफर जो है वो डैमेज हुए हैं 220 के आसपास, और वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम्स वो भी जो है डैमेज है। तो काफी नुकसान भी हिमाचल प्रदेश में हुआ है इन बादल फटने की घटनाओं के।
Thank you for joining us and bringing us those details on the latest from Himachal Pradesh. Shifting focus to neighbouring Uttarakhand, pilgrims are stranded in Kedarnath. The Air Force has joined the rescue operations. Flash floods have occurred there as well after a cloud burst. 14 people have died in rain-related incidents. 21,000 people rescued yesterday. And the IAF, NDRF, SDF teams are carrying out rescue operations as the trek route to Kedarnath has been completely destroyed, leading to devotees there being stranded. Now, Manoj Kathuria, the SUV driver arrested in connection to the death of 3 UPSC students at the basement of a coaching centre in Delhi's Rajendra Nagar, walked out of Bihar jail yesterday. This comes after the 30 Hazari court granted him bail, stating that the Delhi police implicated him in their over-enthusiasm. Now, Kathuria was accused of driving his Force Gorkha car through the streets that was already flooded by rainwater, causing the water to flood the coaching centre's basement. Listen to what Kathuria's counsel had to say.
का जवाब है कि न्याय की जीत हुई है। मैं इससे ज़्यादा क्या बोलूं, जो जितना दिन का इनका कष्ट लिखा हुआ था इन्होंने, अब ये तो वही बता पाएंगे, लेकिन हमें विश्वास था न्यायपालिका पे कि हमें ज़रूर जीत मिलेगी, क्योंकि हम इनोसेंट थे और हैं। अभी इनिशियल स्टेज है, बेल आउट हो गए, वो फैमिली के साथ अपने जाएंगे। 27 तारीख से वो जेसी और पीसी में थे, तो वो फीलिंग तो वही बता पाएंगे, लेकिन मुझे न्यायपालिका पर पूरा भरोसा, क्योंकि हम बार और बेंच में हम रहते हैं। हमें विश्वास था कि सच्चाई की जीत होगी और वही हुई आज।
Now, in a shocking case of neglect, 28, in fact, before we head on to that story, my colleague Ishika is still with us. Ishika, if you could take us through the latest in the coaching center case. The accused, of course, has been let go, but the Delhi police have been questioned in terms of why no MCD officials have been arrested yet.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned yesterday, in fact, we did see how the accused, that is the SUV driver, was in fact granted bail and he walked out of the Tihar jail. It was the Tisazari court which in fact had made this observation that it seemed like, the Delhi police had arrested him in over-enthusiasm. And then, he was granted the regular bail by the Tisazari court. But if we talk about the High Court also was hearing this entire matter. And in fact, they came down heavily on MCD and also on Delhi police. First of all, the High Court observed that there seems to be no respect of law in the MCD, and also asked the MCD as to which are the officers that have been sacked in this entire case. Now, talking about the Delhi police investigation so far, they asked the Delhi police as to which are those officials of the MCD who have been called so far for questioning by them, and also why didn't they go through the files of the MCD regarding to this particular case. Now, after listening, to both of the arguments, the court now, in fact, has decided to transfer the entire probe to the Central Bureau of Investigation so that the investigation, in fact, is done in a time-bound manner and in a systematic manner. Now, the court, in fact, also directed the formation of a committee that would be led by the Chief Secretary, and, in fact, top officials of DDA and MCD would be present in this particular committee. Not just that, let me also tell you that the court has also in fact issued directions to the municipal commissioner to make sure that the drainage system in that area is cleared so that it operates in its full capacity and all the illegal encroachments are removed. So certainly the court was very furious on Delhi police and MCD, and that is why it decided to transfer the entire investigation to the CBI. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, stay on with us. We're getting some more news coming in from the national capital. Another shocking case of neglect. 28 mentally challenged people have died at a shelter home in Delhi since the beginning of this year, with 14 deaths, including that of a child, taking place in July alone, prompting the state government to order a probe. The BJP said that it has brought up the issue in the Lok Sabha as well, while the Aam Aadmi Party has accused the party of following a dual model of politics. Now, State Minister Atishi said that no one will be spared, while the NCW chief Rekha Sharma said people had died with contaminated food and water. Listen into these reactions.
आज दिल्ली के अखबारों के अंदर दिल्ली सरकार जो आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, वह उसकी लापरवाही के कारण दिल्ली रोहिणी सेक्टर 1 में आशा किरण मंद बुद्धि विकास गृह संचालित करती है दिल्ली की आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार, जिसमें बड़ी संख्या में मंद बुद्धि के बालक बालिका रहते हैं। बड़े दुख के साथ कहना पड़ रहा है कि 13 बच्चों की दुग्ध मृत्यु पर अपनी गहरी पीड़ा और आक्रोश व्यक्त करने के लिए मैं खड़ा हुआ हूं, जबकि जुलाई में कुल मरने वालों की संख्या 22 है।
My colleague Ishika still with us on the broadcast. Ishika, now in terms of another shocking case coming in from the national capital, politics again erupting out of this, but take us through exactly what the incident is.
Well, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, a very disturbing report, in fact, came from this Asha Kiran shelter home, where it was reported that around 14 lost their lives in 1 month in that particular shelter, after which, in fact, the political war of words only intensified into the matter. We also saw, in fact, the NCW chief, Rekha Sharma, visiting that, shelter home and saying that it seems as if, the food that was provided to them was lacking in nutrition. There was certainly very poor hygiene that was present here, because of which, she's saying is the reason for the death. But certainly, if we talk about the Delhi government also took cognizance of the entire matter. And in fact, the Revenue Minister Atishi has in fact ordered for a magisterial probe into this matter. She also in fact has ordered in fact, additional chief secretary to submit the report in 48 hours. Now, let me also tell you that apart from this, the Lieutenant Governor also took cognizance of the matter, and he now, in fact, has directed the Chief Secretary that a comprehensive inquiry needs to be done into this, disturbing report that has come, and also actually make a list of all of those, shelter homes that are being run by the Delhi government and how functional actually they are. But remember that questions continue to be raised, because the question here is that why was the inspection not done at a time, and why was the government waiting for this report to come out, this disturbing report to come out, and then only, order a probe into this entire matter. So that questions remain, in the mind of many, and certainly, over that, the Atashi in fact says that we are going to wait for the report, and based on that, action is going to be taken and nobody is going to be spared. Over to you.
Like you mentioned, the big question, of course, being why it took so much time for them to find out that these deaths were taking place because of negligence and lack of standards maintained in the facility as well. But questions also arising that is there now going to be an audit of other facilities and shelter homes?
Well, as per the Delhi government, certainly the audit is now going to be there for all the other shelter homes. Let me tell you that the Lieutenant Governor has also asked for a similar report from the Chief Secretary. In fact, to bring in on white paper as to what, all of those shelter homes that are now being run by the Delhi government, to see actually how functional they are in reality. So certainly now we are seeing that an array of steps by the Delhi government, by the Lieutenant Governor has been, ordered in this entire matter. But as you rightly mentioned, the questions that are being asked by many here is that why was the inspection not being done, in time? Because remember that this shelter home was being run by the Delhi government. Now, the CMO certainly says that position became vacant when Chief Minister, in fact, went behind the bars. But certainly, what were the officials of that department doing? Why was the inspection not done? Why was the food not being checked? That certainly is the questions that continue to be there, and certainly continues to attack, the Delhi government over this. Over to you.
Right. Thank you, Ishika, for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, in Jharkhand's capital city of Ranchi, a sub-inspector has been shot dead. The sub-inspector was posted in a special branch. The deceased sub-inspector, Anupam Kachap, and his body was found on Ring Road. Senior police officers arrived at the scene to investigate the case as well. Sub-inspector Anupam Kachap was from the 2018 batch, is what we're learning, and his body was recovered from Kanke Ring Road, according to police officials. My colleague Haribansh joins us with more details as well. Haribansh, take us through this murder that's happened in Ranchi. What is the latest details in terms of how he had been shot dead and the reason behind the killing as well?
बिल्कुल आरती, ये घटना के बाद जो है पुलिस प्रशासन जो है पूरे जांच में लग गई है। बॉडी को रिकवर करके और रांची के रिम्स जो हॉस्पिटल है वहां भेजा गया है पोस्टमार्टम के लिए। और पूरी जो बड़े अधिकारी हैं पुलिस के, वो इस घटना के जांच में लग गए हैं। ये अनुपम कच्छप जो है 2018 बैच के दारोगा थे और स्पेशल ब्रांच में वो ये पोस्टेड थे। तो कांके के रिंग रोड में जिस तरह से इनका डेड बॉडी जो है रिकवर हुआ है, तो इसको लेके जो एक एसआईटी की जो जांच है टीम है वो गठित कर दी गई है और जो इसकी जांच कर रही है। और जल्द ही पुलिस का दावा है कि इस पूरे मामले का जो है वो पर्दाफाश कर दिया जाएगा, पूरे मामले की खुलासा कर दिया जाएगा। लेकिन हाँ, एक सवाल ये खड़े जरूर हो रहे हैं कि जो राजधानी में रांची में जो कानून व्यवस्था है वो काफी जो है खराब होता जा रहा है। कुछ दिन पहले ही राज्य सरकार को एक स्टेप उठाना पड़ा था और जो यहाँ के डीजीपी थे उनको चेंज करना पड़ा और दूसरे डीजीपी को जो है वो पोस्ट किया गया है। उसके बाद भी जो कानून व्यवस्था है वो काफी बद से बदतर होती जा रही है। आरती,
Thank you, Haribansh, for joining us and bringing us those details. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris has won enough delegate votes to secure the Democratic presidential nomination, according to an announcement by Democratic National Committee Chair Jamie Harrison. The DNC will not make an official announcement of results until Monday evening, when the virtual voting process closes for delegates for next month's Democratic National Convention. Tension escalates in the Middle East. Iran threatens to attack Israel. A massive deployment of US forces can be seen. A new aircraft carrier task force has been ordered into region, and US Navy cruisers, which are capable of intercepting ballistic missiles, have been deployed as well. The US land-based ballistic missile shield may be enhanced, and the US deploys additional fighter jet squadrons as well into the Middle East. Now, big question arising at this point is Iran on the verge of attacking Israel with another massive missile attack after the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. Now, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei has publicly declared that they will retaliate, and now President Biden has said that the US will bolster Israel's defenses with US military deployments. Once again, the world is on edge, and the crisis in the Middle East appears to be getting out of control.
As things stand right now, there is a real possibility that this tension will escalate. What measures is Israel taking to ensure that this remains contained? You don't want a full-blown war, do you?
Unfortunately, this is not up to Israel. I mean, you need to understand, for the last 9 months, we were attacked, and we are attacked almost on a daily basis from 5 different fronts. Okay, there's Hamas who's attacking Israel, Hezbollah, the army of Iran from the north, attacking us, the army of Iran in Syria and Iraq is attacking us, the army of Iran in Yemen, the Houthis, is attacking us, and Iran is attacking us directly. So Israel has contained a lot where it shouldn't. People were murdered by that. But when you come and you butcher and massacre 12 children who they only wanted to go and play sport, they were playing soccer in the whole atmosphere of the Olympics. This is something that, you know, we cannot accept. This is a red line that cannot be crossed. And so we have retaliated with the person who is responsible for this attack, this monster who has thousands of innocent people blood on his hand. You need to understand, the person who was targeted, Fouad, in Beirut, he was a chief advisor, military advisor for Hezbollah, for Nasrallah. In '83, he had a key role in murdering 241 Americans. This is a monster, and this is the person who commanded the massacre of 12 innocent children and babies.
Right. So I'm not getting into the disproportionate or the proportionate retaliation bit, but the fact is that this is now going to lead Iran to also retaliate. Have you considered, or has Israel considered and evaluated the possibility that we are staring at possibly direct intervention by America, and that could mean escalation of a different kind altogether?
So Iran is attacking Israel since the 7th of October in 5 different fronts. We are ready for war. We are ready to defend our people, our children, and our land. And they should be aware of that. Now, Iran has already attacked directly Israel with hundreds of missiles and drones and ballistic missiles. Okay, try and imagine if India would have been attacked by hundreds of missiles and drones from Pakistan. How would the Indian government react to that? Now, this is a complete declaration of war by Iran. Okay, this is the Iranian war that Israel is managing its front line in the last 9 months. But be certain, this is not Israel's war. This is a war of radical Islam against Western civilization.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost.
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. First Bengaluru, then Delhi, Navi Mumbai and now Hyderabad. Women murdered, assaulted and gang raped. In Hyderabad, 2 incidents of gang rape have been reported just today. A woman who threw a party to celebrate her new job was gang raped by her friend and 2 other men right after the party. And in a Nirbhaya-like horror, another woman was gang raped in Hyderabad in a moving bus. The bus driver is now in custody after she filed a complaint. Crime after crime. But where is the outrage? Where is the accountability? Is India fast becoming no country for women? NDTV has launched a Save Our Daughters campaign to put the spotlight on women's safety. And with Parliament in session, I have with me 4 women MPs joining us in our effort to make cities safe for women. Aprajita Sarangi is Member of Parliament of the BJP from Odisha. We have Dr. Kadiyam Kavya, Congress MP from Telangana. Shambhavi Chaudhary is LJP MP from Bihar. Also the youngest woman MP of 18th Lok Sabha. And Dr. Rani Sri Kumar is DMK MP from Tamil Nadu. Ms. Sarangi, I'm going to begin with you. A former bureaucrat you were, and now as a member of parliament, someone who is involved in lawmaking, is there a sense that nothing seems to be changing as far as women's safety is concerned?
At the outset, I must thank you that you have brought us to the table for discussing a topic which is of immense relevance. Safety of women, safety of our daughters. I can only say that the National Crime Record Bureau report gives us figures which actually put us all to shame. The World Health Organization reports that approximately 30% of women globally experience violence of different kinds in a particular year. And this is reflected all over the world, but more so in India. I belong to the ruling party, but still being a woman, I can only say that all of us need to put our minds together and really, join hands, cutting across party lines to ensure that our women and our daughters are safe and sound. We have to work for their economic empowerment, and we have also to ensure that we uphold their dignity and we ensure their safety and security. I very much appreciate the topic that you have brought us to for discussion. And if you go through the 2022 report, the NCRB, the National Crime Record Bureau report, you will be aghast. You will be aghast if you see that 4,45,256 cases in 2022 related to violence against women, violence, physical, sexual, mental, of any type. And if you look at this figure, 4,45,256, it translates to almost 51 FIRs per hour. So I think, cutting across party lines, I reiterate, we all need to sit together and think as to what we do. The government has been doing, but yes, I can only say that the laws have to be grounded. The laws have to be implemented in right earnest, and societal attitudes need to change.
Ma'am, before I bring in others, I also want to understand from you, because you have been, as I said, a former bureaucrat yourself, and now a member of parliament. Do you see this as a law and order problem, a societal problem? Mindset has to change, or will it ever change? Because we keep talking about it, and there'll be candlelight marches, there'll be concerns, there will be some kind of outrage, but everything seems to be very, very temporary and short-lived.
See, there are two aspects of the coin. One is preventive and the other is punitive. Why do we go to punitive if we can take preventive actions? There has to be a lot of focus on education and awareness, not only of girls, but also of boys. It's very important to educate the boys. We have to create an environment within the home and outside the home where sons, where brothers, where males start respecting women or the girls or the sisters or the daughters. It's very important. And at the same time, I can only say that there has to be focus on economic empowerment of women.
Yes.
For that matter, you know, they have to earn money. If they earn money, if they have money in their pockets, they would definitely be much more confident and they would be able to handle their issues with a lot of responsibility. But at the same time, I can only say that there are very good laws that have been formulated by the parliament, by the concerned state governments. As we know, law and order is a state subject. It's in the 7th schedule of the constitution. It's a state subject. So state has a major role to play here. But in the parliament also, a couple of laws have been drafted. And we are aware of them. The Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2016, which was in pursuance of the Vishakha guidelines. And these Vishakha guidelines are very critical. If they are grounded, if they are implemented in right earnest, I think half of the problems are over. And these Vishakha guidelines came after the Supreme Court judgment of 1997. Right. We have the Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 1961, Medical Termination of Pregnancy Amendment Act 2021. See, why do I say all these? The laws are there, very much there, whether drafted by the state government or the central government. Important is how well we implement these laws on the ground. Yes. So these would be punitive actions.
Yes, Dr. Kavya of the Congress is also joining us. Dr. Kavya, you know, we are having this discussion on a day that two women, two unfortunate incidents have come to light from Hyderabad. You know, it appears that urban spaces are becoming more unsafe for women. Why are we not able to protect or save our girls?
I think there are many phases for this issue which we have been facing since many decades actually. It is the social aspect, the boy and the girl, they should be shown equality from the childhood itself, from their home itself. And then there should be social awakening, that is, the women, they should get much respect and then they should get their priorities right. And they should also have financial independence. Just now our one of the ma'am who mentioned about the financial independence. And also it is not at the level of rural or something or tribal areas, but it is also in metropolitan cities where women are harassed at their workplaces or even after the work. Like for women or for any girl, starting from the female feticide till her old age, she is very susceptible to many things happening around her. It could be mental violence or physical violence or any mental harassment, anything she'll be facing throughout her life. It is her that she should be strong enough to face this, and even she should get enough encouragement and support and independence from her own family members. Then only she can survive in the society.
So the support has to come all round. But if there are crimes happening outside of their homes, then what can be done?
This women.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, not just the legislative things.
Yes.
It should be also social education. The society has to change a lot. The societal masses, they should change a lot. They should protect their girl child right from the early life. That is, these children, at every stage of their life, women are experiencing much abuses, be it child abuse or sexual abuse or anything. She'll be facing it right from rape is not just from 15 to 50 years or something like that. I have seen it up to 80 years of old women also getting raped, or the rape person who is committing the rape might be her own father. So girl is not protected in any way, either from her family or anything, because we have seen these issues even in our state or in any other places.
Okay.
So all-round improvement and all-round all-round education is always needed.
Yes, Shambhavi is also joining us. Shambhavi is one of the youngest MPs of the 18th Lok Sabha. Shambhavi, it's almost every day that we hear of one or the other crime against women. As a young MP, do you feel let down by the lawmakers themselves, or do you think that it's a larger problem in itself which we are not able to find a solution of?
First of all, thank you for having me on this show, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to put my views forward. The most important thing that I feel concerning women's safety is definitely it needs a collective effort where the government is on the forefront, but you need a very strong administration also. And the most important is the civic sense, the mental strength, the mental capacity. See, there is a saying where, very nice media channels, very nice news channels have, collectively focused on how women are not even safe in their own homes. And this whole issue on women's safety needs to be addressed together. It's not something that, okay, today the government will come forward and it will fix the problem. No, it does not happen like that. The civic society needs to come together. The patriarchal mindset, the stereotypes that are related to women, all of these need to be tackled together.
Yes, Shambhavi, since you're from my home state of Bihar, there are stories of Bihari girls, and who have to, all of us have to migrate, leave our hometowns and our state for better opportunities and jobs. Aprajita Sarangi here was talking about economic independence. But here, when we look at that incident which happened in Bengaluru, the girl was from Bihar. She was, of course, looking for better opportunities, education or work. And then she had to face that kind of crime. First you leave your home and now you're feeling unsafe also in a town which is supposed to be a modern town. Do you think it's difficult for women to speak to their parents as well about their challenges?
Definitely. When I was in Delhi, my parents were also worried all the time. Although I come from a very, having said that, I understand that I come from a very privileged background. Despite that, my parents were always worried. This issue of women's safety is something that is so deep in the society. It penetrates all classes. It penetrates all kinds of castes. And women discrimination is something that is so prevalent that, discrimination or unsafety of women is something that people mostly don't even seriously talk about. They are just worried that, okay, my daughter is in this big city and something might happen to my daughter, but they collectively don't address that issue. And, the incident that happened in Bengaluru, it's deeply shocking, it's horrifying. And, people who are responsible for it should definitely, be penalized. Because, see, what happened was that she was murdered inside her hostel PG. I think it was a paying accommodation. And it puts forward a very important truth that the women are not safe anywhere. And it's not because the government is failing, it's because we are failing as a society.
Okay, so if it is a societal problem, Aprajita Sarangi, where is the solution then?
Definitely, I think
very good question.
Advocating for women's safety.
Okay, that's a question for Aprajita Sarangi. Shambhavi, I'm going to come back to you. Just a moment. Yes, Aprajita Sarangi, go ahead, ma'am.
See, there can be two approaches. One, of course, is from the government side. There is the concept of gender budgeting. When for the past 2 days I was sitting in the Lok Sabha, I was actually talking to all the ministers and asking them as to what have you kept under the budget gender. And that's the gender budgeting, which is a lovely concept. And most of the ministers talked about their gender budgeting segment. 6.5% of 2024-25 budget pertaining to different ministries put together is under the head gender budgeting. So it's very good. There are many schemes, many laws, and the two major laws that have come now, the Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita and the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, they have brought They have included a chapter on safety of women, on empowerment of women, which is highly welcome. But then everything boils down to the quality of implementation of all these laws, all these schemes on the ground. So I think government has a role to play. Government must ensure the enforcement of the laws and the proper implementation of the schemes meant for the welfare, meant for the empowerment, and meant for the safety of women. But at the same time, very important is we all need to work together, whether government, whether non-government, whether family members of ours, all of us need to work together to create a very safe environment. 8th March every year is celebrated as the International Women's Day. That particular day, you can see everywhere, you know, women's dignity is supreme, you know, these kinds of things we hear here and there, and women are kind of shown respect in every social functions. But the fact remains that 365 days, women and daughters must be respected. Their privacy needs to be respected. So I think it's everybody's job to see that our women, our girls are not treated in an inferior manner and they are not treated as second-class citizens. Unfortunately, it is happening. Things are improving, I must say. I come from a very ordinary background from Bihar, Bhagalpur, Bihar. Very ordinary background, but I could come this far because, you know, that societal environment was there. The ecosystem was favorable for me, and that's why I'm here sitting. I was in the IS and now I'm here because my parents and my system, my family helped me come up this far. So I think all the women MPs who are here, they must have fought their way through and they must have got that, you know, the favorable ecosystem. So I think all of us need to work together, and people like us who are in a privileged position, as Shambhavi said, we need to create that favorable ecosystem for all our sisters across the country. That's our job.
Ms. Sarangi, thank you so much for
Nobody
putting that
can say
across.
that, you know, the government will do or the non-governmental organization will do. It's
putting that across so very well. You know, Dr. Kavya, I'm going to take that thought forward. After the Nirbhaya incident, then there was this entire emphasis on speedy justice, that there should be fast tracking of cases as well. Where are we headed? But nothing seems to be changing much because that fear of law isn't there somehow.
Yes, yes. Actually, this women's safety, whatever the acts that are imposed right now, they should never be a party election slogan. It should be a continuous process where women should be safeguarded because we are three girl children for my father. We don't have any brothers. So my parents, they safeguarded us, they protected us. But in every family, if they see such incidents of happening, suicides or homicides that are happening right now, or the murders that are taking place, they will go back and say, just sit at home and be safe, that's enough for you. Because in India now, women need to come forward in every aspect, in every area. So such incidences will make the parents feel vulnerable about their child. So I feel these fast track courts, they should work very sincerely and effectively around the clock and give justice, so that the other persons who are thinking of committing such crimes, they should step back, and then the society should be a little more comfortable and secured for the women who are stepping out of their houses for a better life which they have dreamt since many years.
Yes, so it is about that collective responsibility, as you know, and all of your members of parliament sharing your stories as well. So it's certainly a beautiful way in which Aprajita Sarangi and Dr. Kavya has put across their thoughts. But Shambhavi, what do you think women MPs can collectively do? Because there are newer challenges, as your fellow MPs are talking about, both within and outside the house.
Definitely, I think advocating for women's safety, advocating for a society that is more just, advocating for something. See, you know, the whole point is that nobody comes collectively. Everything gets politicized. when you come from a political background, suddenly everything is about politics and how somebody is wrong and somebody is right. But this issue on women's safety, on justice to women, on how women can be empowered further, needs a collective voice that has got nothing to do from the government or from the opposition. We need to come together and advocate for it. Other than that, we need to create awareness through different, we can do this in our constituencies, we can do this in our home states. We need to collectively talk about different issues pertaining to women, be it the dowry, be it patriarchal discrimination, be it unfair, the wage gap. So these are some little things that we can, address. We need to talk about it. We need to talk about it more boldly. And most importantly, we need to educate women. We need to run campaigns, awarenesses where education of women is prioritized, where higher education in women especially. So, when I talk of education, I don't talk of primary education. I mean, higher education needs to be prioritized, where opportunities given to women need to be, that needs to be on the priority list. How women are getting jobs, we are talking about that, but are we creating a safe environment for them to work? Are we addressing the wage gap? And definitely, I am a sociology student, and I continuously talk about it, about how women have to work in two shifts. They work outside also, and once they come home, they work there also. So these are some issues that we need to collectively raise, collectively talk about. And I don't think that there is anything regarding women that is not important. Anything regarding women or girl or a girl child, education, health, everything, sanitation, everything is important. And it's about time, we are in 2024, it's about time that we all collectively come together and advocate for it.
Okay. Prajita Sarangi, the concern certainly is that how do you ensure that the issue of women's safety is not politicized? Because law and order is a state subject. Every time there is a crime against women, there is outrage, but it invariably becomes politicized. It becomes about political blame game, or what could have been done which was not done.
Absolutely. I fully agree. Now here, when I'm sitting with you talking about women and their causes and the concerns around them, I don't think I'm talking to you as a member of parliament from the Bharatiya Janata Party. I'm talking to you as a woman who is privileged enough to sit in the Lok Sabha. Right. So I think all the women, whosoever, whichever position they are in, I think all of them need to think seriously for their sisters. And we should also tell our sons, our brothers, our fathers to actually think in the same manner. And as I said, 8th March is the day when we celebrate womanhood. I think we need to celebrate womanhood every day of the year. And I think this has to be done by all of us together. Government has been doing its bit. Which government is there, that doesn't matter much. Whether it's the earlier government or the current government, we have also done a lot of works. I'm talking of the government in position. And the earlier government also must have done their bit. So I think there is no competition as far as this is concerned. Everybody wants 50% of the population to be good. And women hold half the sky, as Mao Tse-tung said. So I think women are very important. And 140 billion population, 50% are women. In my state also, 50% of the 4.5 crore population in Odisha are women. So I think we cannot think of progress of a state or progress of the nation if we don't actually bring up this half of the population.
Take it up as a challenge.
So I think we need to rise together. It's very
rise together to protect women, to save our daughters. Dr. Kavya, a quick 30 seconds to you.
Society has to play its role. But yes, I would like to emphasize something.
Yes.
Pardon?
I would like to say this with a lot of emphasis.
Yes.
The laws, which are very stringent in nature, have to be implemented forcefully, and there has to be fear of law. I think somebody said when we started our conversation, there has to be fear of law. So this comes in the category of punitive actions. Why does it happen? How can it happen if the person, the perpetrator of the crime, knows that what's coming if he does this?
Absolutely. I agree with you that fear of law is a must. Dr. Kavya, quick 30 seconds to you, ma'am. Go ahead.
These instances that are happening that make everybody feel their heart sinking should not fade away over a period of time, because every time we see some instances which shake whole country regarding the things or harassments or the murders that are happening to this woman or child, girl child. at a very young age also sometimes, irrespective of caste, religion, anything.
Yes.
Everybody, we all women should first come together and fight for this cause, sensitize the family, sensitize the society, and also the boys.
Absolutely,
in the
I
families.
agree with you, Dr.
And,
Kavya.
women should
Prajita Sarangi and Shambhavi, thank you so much for joining our campaign, Save Our Daughters. Of course, this is our top focus here on NDTV. The issue of safety of women should not be about just candlelight marches and outrages which are temporary in nature, but it should be a campaign which is more holistic in nature, which actually leads to change on ground. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Worli International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Worli International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो परफॉर्मेंस आई सारा दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Hello and good morning. You're watching NDTV. My name is Aditi Bhardwaj, and let's take a look at the top headlines that we are tracking at this hour. It is the day 5 of rescue operations in Wayanad. Death toll mounts to 330 in Kerala's worst ever disaster. Hundreds still missing in Wayanad. NDTV reports from the epicenter of Wayanad landslides. In cloudburst in Himachal Pradesh, 7 people lost their lives, 49 people still missing in Himachal Pradesh. Heavy rainfall alert in Uttarakhand, 17 killed in Uttarakhand flash floods, while over 7,000 have been rescued in Kedarnath. Politics over, shelter home deaths in Delhi spirals under fire. Delhi government orders magisterial probe. Delhi LG orders comprehensive inquiry. BJP MP takes the issue to the parliament. Face-off over the Muda scam and the Valmiki scam continues in Karnataka. BJP's Padyatra today against the Karnataka government. BJP demands resignation of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Congress, meanwhile, counters with bike rally. And Manu Bhakar lines up for a hat-trick of medals. Manu Bhakar is in 25-meter rifle final. Giant killer Lakshya Sen also enters the Olympic semis. First Indian male shuttler in Olympic semis. In massive US deployment as tensions escalate in the Middle East, US surges military deployment as Iran prepares to attack Israel. And the Prime Minister is currently addressing the 32nd International Conference of Agricultural Economists. Take a look.
साथियों, भारतीय कृषि की एक और विशेषता है। भारत में हम आज भी 6 सीजन्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए सब कुछ प्लान करते हैं। हमारे यहाँ 15 एग्रो क्लाइमेटिक जोन्स की अपनी खासियत है। भारत में अगर आप कुछ 100 किलोमीटर ट्रेवल करें तो खेती बदल जाती है। मैदानों की खेती अलग है, हिमालय की खेती अलग है, डेजर्ट ड्राई डेजर्ट की खेती अलग है, जहां पानी कम होता है वहां की खेती अलग है और कोस्टल बेल्ट की खेती अलग है। ये जो डायवर्सिटी है यही ग्लोबल फूड की सिक्योरिटी के लिए भारत को उम्मीद की किरण बनाती है। फ्रेंड्स, पिछली बार जब ICAE की कॉन्फ्रेंस यहां हुई थी तो भारत को उस समय नई नई आजादी मिली थी। वो भारत की फूड सिक्योरिटी को लेकर, भारत की एग्रीकल्चर को लेकर एक चैलेंजिंग टाइम था। आज भारत एक फूड सरप्लस देश है। आज भारत दूध, दाल और मसालों का सबसे बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। भारत फूड ग्रेन, फ्रूट्स, वेजिटेबल, कॉटन, शुगर, टी, फ्रेम्ड फिश, इनका दूसरा सबसे बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है। एक वो समय था जब भारत की फूड सिक्योरिटी दुनिया की चिंता का विषय था। एक आज का समय है जब भारत ग्लोबल फूड सिक्योरिटी, ग्लोबल न्यूट्रिशन सिक्योरिटी, इसके सॉल्यूशन देने में जुटा है। इसलिए फूड सिस्टम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन जैसे विषय को डिस्कस करने के लिए भारत के अनुभव बहुमूल्य है। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ विशेषकर ग्लोबल साउथ को मिलना तय है। साथियों, विश्व बंधु के तौर पर भारत मानवता के कल्याण को सर्वोपरि रखता है। G20 के दौरान भारत ने वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली और वन फ्यूचर का विजन सामने रखा था। भारत ने एनवायरमेंट को बचाने के लिए लाइफस्टाइल यानी मिशन लाइफ का भी मंत्र दिया। भारत ने वन अर्थ, वन हेल्थ इनिशिएटिव भी शुरू किया। हम ह्यूमन, एनिमल्स और प्लांट्स की हेल्थ को अलग अलग नहीं देख सकते। सस्टेनेबल एग्रीकल्चर और फूड सिस्टम्स के सामने आज जो भी चैलेंजेस है, इनको वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली और वन फ्यूचर की होलिस्टिक अप्रोच के साथ ही निपटा जा सकता है। साथियों, एग्रीकल्चर हमारी इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसी के सेंटर पे है। हमारे यहां करीब 90% परिवार ऐसे हैं जिनके पास बहुत कम जमीन है। ये छोटे किसान ही भारत की फूड सिक्योरिटी की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है। यही स्थिति एशिया के कई विकासशील देशों में है। इसलिए भारत का मॉडल कई देशों के काम आ सकता है। जैसे एक उदाहरण के लिए सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग का, भारत में हम बड़े पैमाने पर केमिकल फ्री नेचुरल फार्मिंग को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं। इसके काफी अच्छे रिजल्ट देखने को मिले हैं। इस साल के बजट में भी बहुत बड़ा फोकस सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग और क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट फार्मिंग पर है। हम अपने किसानों को सपोर्ट करने के लिए एक पूरा इकोसिस्टम डेवलप कर रहे हैं। भारत का बहुत जोर क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट क्रॉप से जुड़ी रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट पर है। बीते 10 सालों में हमने करीब 1900 नई क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट वैरायटी अपने किसानों को दी है। इसका लाभ भारत के किसानों को भी मिल रहा है। हमारे यहां राइस की कुछ वैरायटीज ऐसी भी है जिनको ट्रेडिशनल वैरायटीज के मुकाबले 25% कम पानी चाहिए। हाल के वर्षों में हमारे यहां ब्लैक राइस सुपर फूड के रूप में उभरा है। हमारे यहाँ मणिपुर, असम और मेघालय की ब्लैक राइस को इसकी मेडिसिनल वैल्यू के कारण पसंद किया जा रहा है। भारत से जुड़े अनुभव विश्व समुदाय के साथ शेयर करने के लिए उतना ही उत्सुक है। फ्रेंड्स, आज के समय में पानी की कमी और क्लाइमेट चेंज के साथ ही न्यूट्रिशन भी एक बड़ा चैलेंज है। इसका सॉल्यूशन भी भारत के पास है। भारत मिलेट्स का दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा प्रोड्यूसर है, जिन्हें दुनिया सुपर फूड कहती है, और उसे हमने श्री अन्न की पहचान दी है। ये मिनिमम वाटर मैक्सिमम प्रोडक्शन के सिद्धांत पर चलते हैं। भारत के अलग अलग सुपर फूड्स ग्लोबल न्यूट्रिशन प्रॉब्लम को एड्रेस करने में बड़ी भूमिका निभा सकते हैं। भारत अपने सुपर फूड की इस बास्केट को दुनिया के साथ साझा करना चाहता है। साथ ही भारत की पहल पर पिछले साल पूरे विश्व ने इंटरनेशनल मिलेट ईयर मनाया है। फ्रेंड्स, बीते एक दशक
Now shifting our focus to Wayanad, 5 days after the massive landslides in Wayanad, the death toll continues to rise. As many as 330 people have died in the unfortunate tragedy that took place on July 30th. The rescue and relief teams are undertaking a giant operation in a race against time. The teams are working day and night to rescue several people who are still trapped under the debris. While signs of life look very bleak, the teams are hopeful of completing the Hercules task and saving as many lives as possible. After several people complained that they do not want to go back to the same location, the work of rehabilitation is also underway. Now, thanks to the Indian Army, the local administration is now using the Bailey Bridge to move the heavy equipment to the far-flung areas. As more bodies and body parts are recovered from the landslide affected areas in this North Kerala district, with many remaining unidentified or unclaimed, the state government has also issued new guidelines for their burial, including the collection of DNA and dental samples. Now, NDTV is also running a Care for Kerala campaign to help those who have been affected by the deadly landslides in Kerala's Wayanad. This is an effort to help in providing more aid to the people who have lost their loved ones and livelihood in this tragedy. While the rescue operation continues, the Bailey Bridge that has been completed in record time remains a crucial point of development in the story. The relief and rescue operation are underway on this day 5. My colleague Pratibha Raman has been giving us the details of how the challenging terrains are proving to be a big challenge for the relief and rescue teams in carrying out the rescue operations. Meanwhile, the India Meteorological Department has also issued a warning that there will be more showers expected in Wayanad. The weather has played a crucial role and a spoil sport while in terms of the relief and rescue operation is carried out. The visuals on your screen show how the relief and rescue teams are going to the far off areas and rescuing even small children and people who have been stranded under the debris since the last 5 days. Thermal scanners, dog squads are also being used to look for bodies that are still trapped under the debris. Remember, July 30th is when the tragedy occurred, and since then a relentless operation to save as many lives as possible is underway. Now shifting our focus to Himachal Pradesh, 7 people have died and 49 are missing following a cloudburst and subsequent flash floods in Kullu, Mandi and Shimla regions of Himachal Pradesh. Indian Army has built a temporary bridge as rescue and restoration works are underway in Rampur. Himachal Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Mukesh Agnihotri has also conducted an on-site assessment of the damage caused by the flash flood. Amid heavy rainfall, a woman was swept away in a flash flood in Lahaul and Spiti. The District Emergency Operations Centre in Lahaul and Spiti also reported that a vehicle was buried under debris following the flash flood. Meanwhile, yellow alert has been issued for Himachal Pradesh, in which it is expected that more rain spells are being witnessed in Himachal Pradesh. Rescue operations are underway. Remember, this tragedy occurred after cloudburst incidents were reported in multiple districts, which triggered flash floods in the Himachal Pradesh state. Meanwhile, in the neighbouring states like Uttarakhand, pilgrims are stranded in the Kedarnath Yatra route. IAF has also joined the rescue operations, and this is the tragedy after flash floods also occurred in Uttarakhand after heavy rainfall. As many as 14 people have died in heavy rains. 2,100 people have been rescued so far. The Indian Air Force, NDRF, SDRF are continuing their rescue operation in the area. The IAF's Chinook and Mi-17 helicopters are also taking part in this rescue operations in Uttarakhand to evacuate pilgrims still stranded on the rain-ravaged trek of Kedarnath. Now, the trek route of Kedarnath has suffered extensive damage as a result of a cloudburst in the area. Now, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has said that since the start of the rescue operations on Thursday morning, 5,000 people have been evacuated to safety, with some being airlifted. The State Disaster Response Force and National Disaster Response Force aided in the rescue efforts, he said. Heavy rain has caused extensive damage. The entire government machinery, the NDRF, SDRF, District Administration and the state's Disaster Management Department are engaged in the rescue work. On the Prime Minister's request, the Indian Army is also taking part in the rescue operation. Chinook and Mi-17 helicopters are on the ground in the state. You can see the situation in Rudraprayag, where flash floods have created devastation. The centre has assured all help to the states and said that all possible assistance will be given from the centre to the flood-affected states like Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand. Now, in a shocking case of lawlessness, in Jharkhand's capital city of Ranchi, a sub-inspector has been shot dead. The sub-inspector was posted in the special branch. The deceased sub-inspector's name has been identified as Anupam Kashyap. The body has been found on Ring Road. Senior police officers arrived at the scene to investigate the case. Sub-Inspector Anupam was from the 2018 batch. His body was recovered from the Kanke Ring Road. Police officials are continuing the investigation. My colleague Haribansh Sharma is also now joining me from Ranchi. Haribansh, a shocking case of lawlessness has emerged from Jharkhand. A cop has been shot dead.
बिल्कुल, ये घटना काफी जो है दुखी करने वाली है और इसको लेके जो है पूरे प्रदेश में राजनीति भी तेज हो गई है। पुलिस की तरफ से ये बताया जा रहा है कि ये अनुपम कश्यप लास्ट नाइट जो है अपने कुछ कॉलीग के साथ रांची के कांके रिंग रोड के पास एक रेस्टोरेंट में पार्टी करने गए थे और पार्टी करने के बाद करीब 7 लोग थे, वो वापस सभी अपने घर की ओर बढ़े थे। जब सभी लोग अपने घर पहुंचे, उसके बाद सबसे कांटेक्ट किया गया तो ये पता चला कि अनुपम कश्यप जो है वो अभी तक घर नहीं पहुंचा है। फिर उनके एक मित्र जो है उन्हें ढूंढने के लिए निकलते हैं और जब जाते हैं तो रास्ते में उनका बॉडी मिलता है। उसके बाद पुलिस को इन्फॉर्म किया जाता है। पुलिस बॉडी को अपने कब्जे में लेती है और फिर उसको यही से रांची के रिम्स में पोस्टमार्टम के लिए लाया जाता है। SIT गठित कर दिया गया है और वो पूरी मामले की जांच जो है शुरू कर दी गई है। जो सीनियर ऑफिसर से बात हुई है उसमें उन्होंने बताया है कि कहीं ना कहीं से ये घटना जो है लूटपाट से जुड़ा हुआ नहीं लग रहा है, कहीं ना कहीं आपसी रंजिश की ओर इशारा कर रहा है। तो इस पूरे बिंदु पे जो है पुलिस की तरफ से जांच की जा रही है। फिलहाल बॉडी को जो है रिम्स में पोस्टमार्टम के लिए लाया गया है। लेकिन हम बात करें रांची की, राजधानी की, तो यहाँ जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है वो काफी बद से बदतर होते जा रहा है। लगातार जो है हत्याएं की जो घटना है वो लगातार बढ़ रही है। 2 दिन पहले एक व्यवसायी को गोली मारी जाती है। कल यानी फ्राइडे को एक वकील की गोली मार के हत्या की जाती है और आज जो है एक इंस्पेक्टर की हत्या की जाती है। तो कुल मिला के देखा जाए तो रांची की लॉ एंड ऑर्डर जो है वो काफी खराब होते जा रही है और राज्य सरकार ने यहाँ तक लॉ एंड
Right. Thank you so much, Harivansh. This certainly raises questions on the law and order situation in Jharkhand under Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Shifting our focus now to good news, the Narendra Modi government has approved 8 important national high-speed road corridor projects of length 936 kilometers at a total cost of rupees 50,655 crores to improve logistics efficiency, reduce congestion and enhance connectivity across the country. Now, the cabinet has approved 8 important national high-speed road corridor projects of length, and this has proved to be a major boost to the country. Now, my colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary is also joining me for giving us more details about how important and this crucial connectivity corridor is for Guwahati. And Ratnadeep, how much ease will it give to the commuters?
That's right. These are major projects that have been announced by the centre across the country, and one of the major projects is the Guwahati corridor, which is going to come up in the form of a ring road around the Guwahati city, which is seen as the gateway to Northeast India. At this moment, I'm reporting from the Guwahati bypass, and if my camera person can pan, you can see this is the Guwahati bypass on the national highway. This stretch of the bypass is a 6-lane road, and in fact, the entire stretch of the bypass will be now upgraded as a part of this ring road into a 6-lane road, apart from a new 4-lane access control road for the North Guwahati part of the Guwahati metropolitan. Remember, we are on the south bank of the Brahmaputra, and the northern bank is the area which is getting developed. So therefore, around the northern bank there will be a new 4-lane road, and this Guwahati bypass will be upgraded into a 6-lane road. In total, it will be a 121-kilometer long road built at a cost of 5,729 crores. It's a massive investment by the centre. This will also include a new bridge, very key link, a bridge between South and North Guwahati, and that would encompass the entire ring road, and this is going to give an easier access for the people of Lower Assam and Meghalaya travelling towards Upper Assam, people of Arunachal Pradesh as well who are travelling using Guwahati as a gateway, as a transit, as a bypass. In fact, this will ease the traffic. Today being Saturday, the traffic is little light in my on my backdrop, but otherwise on working days there are heavy traffic, and this will help in easing out the traffic congestion as well.
Right, thank you so much, Ratnadeep, and it is a big infra boost that has been given by the centre to the states. Now, shifting our focus to Karnataka, a political showdown has emerged in Karnataka, where the controversy over the Muda scam and the Valmiki scam continue to rage. Now, the BJP is holding a Padyatra. This will be a week-long Padyatra that will be taken out from Bengaluru today and till other parts in Mysuru. Now, the BJP is claiming that the Chief Minister is named in the controversy like the Muda scam, where his wife is the direct beneficiary and hence he should resign immediately, taking the moral responsibility. However, the Congress party has countered it with its own way of countering it with a bike rally that the Congress government is organizing. And we also have the reactions coming in from the Congress party. Take a look.
In the history of Karnataka, probably the most shameless and the most corrupt government is Siddaramaiah-led government this time. The Muda scam is a direct, Siddaramaiah's families have been beneficiaries of this scam, and Siddaramaiah doesn't even bother to put himself to inquiry. So the BJP is demanding for a resignation of Siddaramaiah, and this is, as I told you, this is the beginning of the end of Siddaramaiah. So our Padayatra begins from today. And we are quite confident that when the Padayatra reaches Mysore, the corrupt Congress government will be thrown out from Karnataka.
And with that, we will be slipping into a very short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
With Iran threatening retaliation against Israel after the assassination of the head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in the heart of Tehran, the United States, Israel's closest ally, has surged military deployment in West Asia as Tel Aviv braces for more massive ballistic, cruise and drone strikes. What exactly has the US Department of Defense announced? Vishnu Shom has the details.
Well, let me share a couple of details of what exactly it is that we are talking about over here. There's been a massive surge of American weapons systems which have actually moved into the area. A new American aircraft carrier battle group has moved in. That's the Abraham Lincoln carrier battle group, which has moved into the area. Remember, each carrier battle group. And let's have that picture of the USS Abraham Lincoln, which I'm talking about. It's the first image which we should be on. Essentially, the new carrier task force with upwards of 80 fighter aircraft, very, very significant indeed, because it's fighter aircraft on the USS Abraham Lincoln that would be in a position to intercept, for example, cruise missiles similar to what Iran had fired against Israel last time around. Let's have the right images, please. These aren't quite what I'm talking about. The US Navy has also deployed cruisers capable of intercepting ballistic missiles. In fact, SM-6 missiles, similar to what you're seeing over there on your screen, will be fired from these ships. An additional fighter jet squadron has been moved into the Middle East as well, again, to add up the numbers of the US deployment in the area to assist Israeli forces. And finally, a land-based ballistic missile shield in West Asia is being strengthened. So essentially, US Patriot surface-to-air missile systems, which are being deployed in the area, that would plug into Israel's existing air defense grid and would perhaps intercept the hundreds of ballistic cruise and missiles coming their way, and also drone strikes. So that's what the US and Israel and their allies are preparing for.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishnu Shom, for joining us and giving those details. Now, several countries have issued travel advisories cautioning their nationals against visiting or leaving Lebanon. This comes after Israel targeted Hezbollah leader Fuad Shukr, also referred to as Mohsen Shukr, and in a precision strike in southern Beirut. On Wednesday, officials verified Shukr's assassination, escalating tensions between between Israel and Lebanon. The Indian embassy, now in Beirut, has also issued a travel advisory urging Indian nationals to avoid non-essential travel to Lebanon due to rising regional tensions. This is the second such advisory issued by the embassy within 3 days. The embassy has also advised Indian nationals already residing in Lebanon to limit their movements and stay in regular communication with the embassy. And with that, it's a wrap and taking a quick break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is
Hello and welcome to the NDTV Auto Show. I'm your host Mugdha Mishra. We have an exciting show for you today. Let's take a look. Lamborghini Revuelto, driven in Italy. We test ride the Ducati Diavel V4. Review of the new BMW 5 Series. What are BMW's India plans? We speak to Jean-Philippe Perrin. Electrification is the future of auto world, and most companies are trying to electrify their product portfolio. But when it comes to supercars, the challenges are aplenty. You need to deliver performance with the feel of a supercar. Lamborghini some time back launched their hybrid Revuelto, and it is definitely a technological marvel. I got to drive it in Italy. Let's take a look. I am at Sant'Agata, Italy, and it is the birthplace of Lamborghini. And I'm here to drive Lamborghini's latest engineering marvel, Revuelto. Revuelto is special because it is hybrid. And while Lamborghini has experimented with hybrids earlier, this is their first mass production hybrid car. Well, mass production by Lamborghini standards. So I'm going to drive it around today, around Sant'Agata, and tell you more about it. Lamborghini's latest marvel, the Revuelto, is a testament to brand's iconic design ethos and cutting-edge technology. It encapsulates the quintessential Lamborghini aesthetics, a blend of insanity and purpose-driven design. The front is sharper than a razor, adorned with Y-shaped DRLs and taillights that capture attention instantly. Large air vents are strategically placed around the car, ensuring optimal airflow and cooling. The crisp creases give the impression of having been meticulously sculpted by a designer wielding extremely sharp scissors. It is Lambo's flagship. The scissor doors give that away. In all, Lamborghini Revuelto is equal part menacing and eye-catching. Inside, Revuelto gets 3 screens, 12.3-inch driver display, an 8.4-inch central screen, and a slim-line 9.1-inch touchscreen for the passenger based on what Lamborghini calls pilot interaction DNA. Cabin now has a bit more practicality with features like cup and wallet holders, but it still remains a true sports car cabin. The magic really is the engine and motor combination. For this flagship Revuelto, Lamborghini is continuing with its V12. The 6.5-litre V12 is placed longitudinally like in Countach, Diablo or Aventador, but it's rotated 180 degrees and is paired with a new 8-speed dual-clutch gearbox, mounted transversely. This has been done to free up the space where the transmission tunnel used to be. This space now houses a 3.8 kilowatt-hour lithium-ion battery which feeds 210 kilowatt motors on the front axle. There's also a third electric motor mounted above the gearbox. Can you hear how quiet it is? Well, that's because I am in pure electric mode called Chitta. But it does not remain so quiet for long. It does around 10 kilometers in pure EV mode, just enough for you to quietly exit your farmhouse without waking up the neighborhood. Now the battery has drained and the V12 has started. Right now, the car still is in EV mode, but the engine has started only to charge the battery. And that's a little disconcerting because, it feels a little disconnected. You're not at the same speed, but the engine is revving at a different speed and it sounds different. Then there's Strata mode. Good for slightly relaxed driving, focusing on smooth power and drive comfort. And I am in no mood to stay in Strada for long. Let's shift to sports. It feels absolutely bonkers. Can you hear that noise? So much joy. Santagata is surrounded by rural area, and the roads here are very similar to Indian roads. Yes, they are nice and winding roads, but they are also not very well paved. So it is as close to Indian roads as you can imagine. And I must say this car has handled these roads perfectly. Revuelto's handling on these roads left me impressed. For a sport car, it takes on bad patches very well. It also gets a lift function, so you can lift the car up by a few millimeters if you are unsure of the road ahead. What music! Well, we are on public road, so can't test the capability of this car to its full potential, but it feels really quick. But to say it is quick is stating the obvious. It is quick, but the power is served linearly, and that's a little surprising because Lamborghinis are known to be mad machines. This feels more of a tameable bull than the raging bull something like an Aventador felt like. There is a Corsa mode too, which, as the name suggests, is for the race course. With the extra motors and batteries, the Revuelto is a heavy car, almost 200 kgs heavier than Huracan. But when you are driving it on these winding roads, you cannot feel its weight at all. It feels light and nimble. This control that you have on this car is just phenomenal. The electric power assisted steering coupled with the rear steering, which turns the rear wheels up to 5 degrees for low speed maneuvers and up to 0.5 degrees during high speeds, gives you absolute control and connect with the car. You feel so much in control of this mad machine. I have been grinning from ear to ear all this while. Well, this is what the future holds for Lamborghini. They have decided to go full hybrid on all their products. But this probably is the example of the best marriage between internal combustion and that dreaded EV. From one made in Italy to another, but this time on two wheels, King Shukdatta gets you the review of Ducati X Diavel.
The Ducati Diavel V4 is truly the devil's ride. Yes, if the devil did exist, this is what his motorcycle would be, and that's what we are riding today.
The Diavel V4 is built around an aluminium monocoque chassis, which makes the motorcycle 13 kg lighter than the 1260. The bike now gets a V4 Gran Turismo engine, which makes a massive 166 brake horsepower and a monstrous 126 Newton meters of peak torque. The engine is easily the best thing about the motorcycle.
So the Ducati Diavel V4 is a paradox because the motorcycle becomes much easier to manage out in the real world. At the same time, it manages to keep the essence alive of the older Diavels. When you start riding the bike, particularly in the urban or the wet mode, the motorcycle feels much calmer. You don't have to hang on to the handlebars for dear life. And yes, the fueling at low speeds is smoother than you would imagine. But the moment you choose the sport mode and twist the throttle, the front wheel threatens to point skywards and the motorcycle becomes a really violent, mind-bending machine. There's enough shove of torque all across the rev range, and the Ducati won't let up unless you do. So if you find an open, empty stretch of road, you'll be hard pressed to keep the speed within limits because you just wouldn't feel like doing so.
The rear bank of cylinders deactivates when the motorcycle is idling and even when there's no heavy lifting to do. But at the same time, if you're riding the bike in traffic, the engine heat will get to you, particularly in hot Indian summers.
So the motorcycle loses 13 kg over the 1260 and it becomes much easier to throw around a corner. Yes, the rake and trail becomes sharper than before, and the fat 240 section tire at the rear, while it offers immense grip, it also makes life difficult when you want to make quick direction changes. Overall, the handling of this motorcycle is much sharper, much more agile than before.
Now the Diavel V4 is definitely not meant for the Indian traffic and less than perfect Indian roads. But Ducati has managed to tune the suspension well enough to handle regular undulations. The ground clearance will manage most speed breakers without a hassle, but sharp-edged bumps need to be negotiated carefully. Needless to say, the Diavel V4 looks like $1 million with its hulled-out stance and a muscular silhouette. We absolutely love the way the motorcycle looks, and barring an odd one or two bikes, the Diavel V4 is easily in a league of its own. The single-sided swing arm along with the quad exhaust tips are the standout features. In terms of features, the Diavel V4 gets a 5-inch TFT screen along with a bunch of riding modes with further customization of wheelie control, engine brake control, ABS and so on. All of this goodness comes in at a price of 25,91,000 rupees, which means you need to have deep pockets. But buying the Diavel is an emotional decision. Always has been, always will be.
Do you know something interesting? Both Lamborghini and Ducati are made in the same region of Italy, Bologna. Well, we will slip into a short break, but you don't go anywhere because after the break, we will shift focus from Italy to Germany. We will get you the review of BMW 5 Series.
Pop-up.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Worli International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
वो performance सही सारे नहीं थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Wing Commander Shubhanshu Shukla.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Welcome back. You're watching the NDTV Auto Show. I'm driving the Mercedes EQA today, and its review is already up on our YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe it. We will also get you a proper range test for this car. So do press that bell icon so you get notified every time we upload a video. BMW recently launched its 5 Series, which is going to compete directly with Mercedes E-Class and Audi A6. How does it fare? King Shukdatta tells you.
Now, BMW has sold over 10 million units of the 5 Series since its launch in 1972, and in 2024 we now have the 8th generation of the 5 Series in the long wheelbase, guys. Yes, for the first time ever, the 5 Series in its long wheelbase format arrives in India only after the Chinese market. So, are you ready to soak into the luxury that the 5 Series long wheelbase has to offer?
Now, the 5 Series long wheelbase looks big, bold, and has a solid presence, but it does miss out on some of the athletic, agile stance which the previous models had. The car now looks like a proper executive sedan. The 18-inch alloys don't do justice to it. There is a pronounced gap between the rubber and the wheel arch, and that takes away from the sporty flair that the other models had. But we believe there will be an option to upgrade to 19-inch wheels. But the bigger dimensions of the car do not take away from the fact that it is a good looking machine and has a proportionate design, be it the front or rear. The M Sport package adds a nice sense of sportiness to the overall look and feel of the car. It only makes sense to begin our review with the extra wheelbase and extra space inside the cabin. The wheelbase on this model grows by 130mm to 3105mm compared to the regular 5 Series. The length and width also grow by 212mm and 32mm, while the height grows by 41mm.
With the extra wheelbase and length, the 5 Series long wheelbase becomes the biggest car in its segment, trumping not only the current gen Mercedes E-Class long wheelbase but also the next gen E-Class long wheelbase, which will be launched globally later this year. And as you can see, acres of space inside, massive amounts of knee room, and enough space for your feet to slide in under the seat in front of you. And the seat itself, after a long hard day at work, you just want to sink in to these sumptuous vegan leather seats. So like we said, the rear seat of the 5 Series long wheelbase is really comfortable, but there are a few oddities inside the cabin. To begin with, the rear seat doesn't get a recline function. Yes, it's not there. Now BMW says that the 31-degree incline angle of the rear seat is near perfect, and the cushioning of the seat is very thick. So they haven't given the recline feature on purpose, but you should know that the current generation E-Class long wheelbase, it gets that feature, and even the previous generation 5 Series had that feature. Apart from that, you also don't get blinds for the rear window and the rear windscreen, which in my books is a serious miss, because you need that privacy, you need that protection from harsh sun, and this is something that even cars 2 segments below get that feature. The previous generation 5 Series had that feature. So I really can't figure out why the current gen, this model, gives a miss to the blinds. Apart from that, there's another oddity right here, which is the fixed glass pane sunroof. Yes, so there is a sunroof, there's a massive panoramic sunroof, but it doesn't open up. And in my books, it's perfectly fine because the opening sunroof, it creates a safety risk, a safety hazard.
Now we spoke to BMW and the company said that there will be a provision for getting the blinds fitted onto the rear windows at the time of delivery for customers. The other miss is the fact that there is no boss seat function. So there's no electric adjustment to move the front passenger seat forward from the rear seat. One has to do it manually from the front seat itself. It is definitely a feature that a potential 5 Series customer would want in his car. Now the dashboard too has been redone, making it minimal and pleasing to the eye. For example, the AC vents are hidden but are effective nonetheless. There's a 14.9-inch touchscreen with the BMW iDrive 8.5 UI, which can feel a bit too cluttered. The interaction bar is similar to the one on the 7 Series and can be used to control the AC and ambient lighting. The center console is redesigned as well and houses controls for various functions. You will see BMW has used crystal bits inside the cabin, particularly on the gear selector, for that premium touch. The other highlight is that the sedan uses vegan leather upholstery, with regular leather being an option as well. You also get 3 wireless phone chargers, 6 USB Type-C ports, ventilated front seats and a 4-zone climate control. There's a nice ADAS setup as well, with features like collision warning, lane keep assist, braking assist, parking assist, but misses out on adaptive cruise control. For all the audiophiles, the 18-speaker Bowers & Wilkins system works brilliantly and will keep you wanting for more. The new 5 Series long wheelbase gets a 2-litre 4-cylinder petrol engine that makes 255 brake horsepower between 4500 to 6500 RPM, and the peak torque output of 400 Newton meters comes in between 1600 to 4600 RPM. The engine is paired to an 8-speed Steptronic transmission. The claimed fuel efficiency is pegged at 14 km to the litre. We suspect the real world efficiency to be at 11 km per litre. And there's this nice shove of torque across the rev range, which keeps you happy and engaged. But I couldn't help but get this feeling that this is meant more to be a chauffeur's car, where the owner of the car sits behind in the boss seat. And yes, it is a nice, fun, engaging car to drive, there's no doubt about that. But yes, it doesn't have that driver-centric intent as the older 5 Series had. So in that case, definitely I miss the old 5 Series. But no doubt, if you would really want to go fast, if you want to push the pedal to the metal, then it will go fast and it will keep you happy and engaged all along the ride. The top speed is electronically limited to 250 km per hour, and the 0 to 100 km per hour sprint is done in less than 7 seconds. So for the most part, the ride quality on the BMW 5 Series is quite plush. Yes, the occupants inside the car will hardly feel the bumps and undulations on the road, and I suspect it has something to do with the retuned suspension and the tires with thicker sidewalls. And if we were to talk about the handling ability of the new 5 Series, well, despite the increase in dimensions of the car, around a corner, the new 5 Series holds its line and shape if you give it the beans. And the feedback from the steering is quite nice. It is nice and chunky to hold, very grippy. So if you were to, take this car around the corner at substantially higher speeds, you will enjoy it. But
if you want to make quick lane changes or quick direction changes, that's when you feel the length of the car. The BMW 5 Series long wheelbase is priced at 72,90,000 rupees ex-showroom, which is very aggressive pricing because its chief rival, the Mercedes-Benz E-Class long wheelbase, its prices start at 76 lakh and go up to 89 lakh rupees. And then you also have the other rival in the form of the Audi A6.
The day BMW launched the 5 Series, they also launched the Mini Cooper S, Mini Countryman Electric and India's most expensive scooter CEO4. BMW is actually quite positive on India. I sat down with the management to know their India plans. BMW Group is really excited about Indian market. In one day, they have launched 4 new products, and to talk more about it, I have with me Mr. Jean-Philippe. Thank you so much for joining us today. The first question I have is, 4 new products, that's quite an aggressive strategy for India, and you have launched products for BMW 5 Series, then Mini and BMW Motor R as well. So how significant is Indian market for BMW?
Well, India is one of the fastest growing market for BMW. It's in the top 3 worldwide. Right. It's the fastest growing market for my region. I'm responsible for the Asia Pacific, Middle East, Eastern Europe and Africa region. And yes, India has clearly the strongest growth in this region. It was also the case last year. It's again the case in the first 6 months. BMW grew its sales with roughly 28% in the first half year. So I think it's a promising market. It can still grow, but it's growing in a very consistent way since now many years.
You know, when we were speaking, you said 50% localization is what you have achieved. Do you intend to increase it? Do you intend to invest more in India?
We are looking at all possibilities because it's always related to the schemes that are announced by the government, and there are some very clear schemes that have been announced, and also our own business case. And the more the market grows, the better are the chances that we invest even more, because production follows market, and if the scale is big enough, then there is clearly a business case to come to produce even more here and to localize even more in India.
Your plant right now, which is in Chennai,
yeah.
What capacity does it work on?
Oh, it can sell much more than what we, it can produce, much more than what we currently sell. There's still a lot of capacity.
So then, does that not excite you to make it like an export hub? Or are there challenges to it?
You know, there are many protection barriers sometimes when you produce somewhere else than in the market where you sell the cars. But we are always looking at this. Yes, that's always a part of our decision criteria. But at the moment, the plant has more capacity, but we have sized our teams to fulfill the Indian market. Again, it's growing every year, roughly 20% a year. And if this journey continues, then we will come at some point at the end of our capacity locally, but there's still some room.
Co-powered by. Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30.
NDTV.
Against Aditya Thackeray, the incumbent MLA from the region. The party workers from MNS have already made their way to the Varsha bungalow. CM and Thackeray are set to discuss the prospect of keeping this a two-way fight between Deshpande and Aditya Thackeray. This is the latest information that we're getting in. My colleague Anuj joins us with more details. Anuj, now Raj Thackeray is set to head to the CM bungalow there to discuss the prospects of Aditya Thackeray fighting against Sandeep Deshpande.
Yes, you see the political terrain here in the state of Maharashtra is becoming interesting day by day, because earlier we had a 3 versus 3 fight, that is Mahayuti versus Mahavikas Aghadi. But then, and the interesting 7th party here is the MNS, which gave its unconditional support to the Mahayuti during the Lok Sabha elections without contesting a single candidate from its side, from the side of the party. But now we are seeing it take a little bit of U-turn, because in the last month's, in last month's address to the party workers, Raj Thackeray made it very clear and asked the party to be ready for 225 to 250 seats. And one important seat in that is from Worli. Now, if you look at Worli, there are several important pointers there. Firstly, the seat is held by the incumbent MLA of the region, that is Aditya Thackeray, the former minister in the Maharashtra cabinet. And he defeated an NCP, an erstwhile united NCP candidate, Ahir, last time in 2019. Things have changed after that. NCP got divided into two, Shiv Sena got divided into two. MNS did not contest a candidate in the 2019 elections, but this time we are seeing that since last couple of months, the activity of Sandeep Deshpande is increasing day by day, wherein he's getting more vocal about the projects here in Worli and has been trying to reach out to the people. Besides that, even Raj Thackeray made his way to Worli to interact with several people as well. Now, what is happening here at Varsha is that Raj Thackeray is expected to meet Eknath Shinde and talk about the prospects of keeping it a two-way fight between Sandeep Deshpande and Aditya Thackeray. Here, we've seen that BJP by itself has never really had any success here in Worli, and Shiv Sena, which has now been divided, has got Aditya Thackeray. Has now got Aditya Thackeray fighting from the UBT, and the other Shiv Sena is yet to make any claims on this particular place. So all eyes will be on the outcome of the meeting. We've seen that the people from MNS, the workers from the MNS, made their way through to the bungalow. We've also seen the one MLA that the MNS had also made his way here in the bungalow. So a lot of things are to be discussed here. Most importantly, is there any possibility of the Shiv Sena, that is the Shinde Shiv Sena and the BJP backing MNS candidate, and of course the unofficial discussion on the kind of nature or the alliance that the Mahayuti will have with or without
Raj Thackeray, that is, in the upcoming assembly elections.
Right. Thank you, Anuj, for joining us and bringing us those details. Shifting focus now, the centre has said no to Punjab CM Bhagwant Man's request to visit Paris for the Olympics. The government has rejected his request as he said that he sought permission to visit the Olympics in Paris, and he said he wanted to visit on his own expenses to support the Indian hockey team and boost the morale of the team. But now that request has been rejected by the Ministry of External Affairs. My colleague Gurpreet joins us with more details. Gurpreet, now we're learning that the centre has denied permission to Bhagwant Mann to visit Paris for the Olympics to support the Indian hockey team.
Well, yes, this is what the Chief Minister of Punjab has decided to visit Paris, where he wants to just motivate the hockey team there, and he wants to see that match and performance because a lot of players from Punjab. But what we have learned, because of the security reasons, this permission has not been granted to the Punjab Chief Minister to visit Paris, and that was one of the reasons why the permission has been denied by the Union government. So as of now, what we can understand and what we have learned from CMO of Punjab, he was willing to go so that he wanted to give a very, very strong message to Punjab players that he has personally come here to motivate all the players. But because he is enjoying the Z plus security at this point of time, and because of security reason, the permission has not been granted to the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann.
Right.
Back
Thank
to
you,
studio.
Gurpreet, for joining us and bringing us those details. Five days after the massive landslides in Wayanad, the death toll continues to rise. As many as 330 people have died in the unfortunate tragedy that took place on the 30th of July. The rescue and relief teams are undertaking a joint operation in a race against time. The teams are working day and night to rescue several people who are still trapped under the debris. Now, while signs of life look very bleak, the teams are still hopeful as they are completing the Herculean task and saving as many lives as possible. After several people complained that they don't want to go back to the same locations, rehabilitation is taking place as well. Thanks to the Indian Army, the local administration is now using Bailey Bridge, which they had built at record time, to move heavy equipment to the far-flung areas. More bodies are being recovered from the landslide affected areas. This is in the North Kerala district, with many remaining unidentified or unclaimed as well. The state government has issued new guidelines for their burial, including the collection of DNA and dental samples for identification. Remember, NDTV is running a Care for Kerala campaign, enabling you to also help people who've been affected in Kerala. Now you can extend your help by transferring funds to the details that are flashing on your screen. The trust is called the Hope Trust, and the account number, bank details are all on your screen. We'll continue flashing these details throughout the day for you in an effort to help provide more aid to the people who've lost their livelihoods, their loved ones in this particular tragedy. Remember, the people of Kerala have been devastated by these massive landslides that have occurred. Now, although the landslides did occur on the 30th of July, the remnants of that area is still a Herculean task for the rescue operations that are taking place at this moment. There are still several people who are believed to be trapped under the debris. And of course, hope of life still bleak, but in terms of identification, those efforts are also taking place as several bodies have been removed. Remember, just earlier we were reporting that about 300 was the death toll in this disaster, but now we're learning the death toll mounting as more bodies are recovered. 330 people have lost their lives to this extremely unfortunate disaster that has taken place. Remember, earlier there was politics immediately after this incident took place, talking about who exactly is to blame and could this disaster have been avoided. My colleague Pratibha joining us from Ground Zero. Pratibha, take us to the rescue operations taking place. The death toll seems to be mounting as rescue operations still underway, more bodies being pulled out.
That's right. The rescue operation is still underway with respect to the defense teams as well as the forest officials trekking upwards towards the other side, that are far-flung areas that we are talking of inside the forest, further up from Mepadi, where the landslides first occurred, and that's the epicenter that we're talking of. And that's exactly where they've been trying to see if they could find survivors. In fact, luckily early this morning they did find a few tribals there with full children there who were taken to a safer location for rehabilitation and treatment here. I'm outside this hospital, Dr. Mopin's Medical College, and this is the hospital that saw a lot of hurried activities on the day when the landslides occurred. At least around 140 people who were brought in here, including around 12 dead bodies that were brought in here. But of course, the doctors divided themselves into several teams to try and see how they could look at several of the survivors and designate them into different teams, and the teams were taking care of each of them. And we did hear a lot of details in terms of the kind of treatment that was given to them while we spoke to the medical superintendent here at the hospital, who was talking about how this was the first time that they saw patients coming in with a lot of mud and slush all over their body, inside their lungs and several other organs, and it needed an internal wash and an external wash, and that was something that people have never seen or treated before, and it was quite challenging in terms of taking this up as one of the most priority measures of all the doctors here. And several of them who are in the ICU have survived this tragedy, and that has definitely been one of the most miraculous ones. In fact, there was also a case study of some of the doctors who came in from Odisha, and they were here at a homestay there which was completely washed out, and of the 4 doctors there, 2 of them survived the tragedy, but the other 2 lost their lives to this, and one of them is still missing, is what we hear. A very, very famous nurse from in Kerala here in Wayanad, and she has also been missing, and several of the medical fraternity are in one of the most distressing moods at this point in time, to know that that famous nurse is still missing, her body is still missing there. So several such horror tales that we get to hear, distressing as well as extremely anguishing set of tales that we hear here as they recount each of those. Many of them who have lost their families, many of the doctors too who have lost their families. These are some of the things that they cannot really forget at this point in time, and these are the stories that we hear from Wayanad. While rescue and relief happens to be one of the main priorities here, not just with respect to the teams that are working on it, but also with respect to the volunteers who have been relentlessly supplying relief materials to the hospitals, to the accident site, and to other places, the relief camps as well. So these are the kind of activities that we see at Wayanad at this point in time. Politics aside, this is the resilient attitude of Wayanad and Kerala that we bring to you here. Back to you.
Right. Thank you, Pratibha, for bringing us those details. Continue tracking this story for us from Ground Zero. Shifting focus, Manoj Katuria, the SUV driver arrested in connection with the death of 3 UPSC students at the basement of a coaching centre in Delhi's Rajendra Nagar, walked out of Bihar jail yesterday. This comes after the 30 Hazari court granted him bail, stating that the Delhi police implicated him in their quote-unquote over-enthusiasm. Now, Katuria was accused of driving his car through the street that was flooded by rainwater, causing the water to flood the coaching's basement. The protests outside the coaching institutes in Delhi's Rajendra Nagar continued after 3 UPSC aspirants lost their lives in a flooding incident as well. Remember, the Delhi High Court as well had questioned the Delhi police as to why they had booked the SUV driver and not any senior official of the MCD institution. Now, that is, of course, the question that's being raised against the Delhi police. In fact, the Delhi High Court quipped as well, saying that it is grateful that they haven't charged the water that was stagnant there outside the coaching institute. In fact, listen in to what Katuria's counsel had to say about his release.
मैं तो यही कहूँगा, 2 लाइन का जवाब है कि न्याय की जीत हुई। मैं इससे ज़्यादा क्या बोलूँ, जो जितना दिन का इनका कष्ट लिखा हुआ था, इन्होंने अब ये तो वही बता पाएंगे, लेकिन हमें विश्वास था न्यायपालिका पे कि हमें ज़रूर जीत मिलेगी, क्योंकि हम इनोसेंट थे और हैं। अभी इनिशियल स्टेज है, बेल आउट हो गए, वो फैमिली के साथ अपना जाएंगे। 27 तारीख से वो जेसी और पीसी में थे, तो वो फीलिंग तो वही बता पाएंगे, लेकिन मुझे न्यायपालिका पर पूरा भरोसा, क्योंकि हम बार और बेंच में हम रहते हैं। हमें विश्वास था कि सच्चाई की जीत होगी और वही हुई आज।
My colleague Ishika joins us with more details. Ishika, take us to the latest that's coming in. Of course, we did see several protests by students outside the IAS training center as well. But now that the SUV driver has been released, the courts have been asking time and again the Delhi police why they haven't taken action against senior officials of the MCD.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, we did see that from day one that this tragedy occurred, these aspirants there who are residing in that area, they continued to hold protests, and they said that the assurances that they were getting from the Delhi government and from the other officials was not enough, because it looked more like a cover-up tactic. That is when, the High Court decided to step in, and we did see how it came down heavily on the Delhi police, and also in fact on the civic body, that is the MCD. In fact, here, the court yesterday questioning the entire investigation of the Delhi police asked as to which are those MCD officials who have been called in for questioning by the Delhi police, and why didn't they go through each and every file of the MCD regarding this particular case. The court, in fact, then decided to transfer the entire case to the Central Bureau of Investigation, so that this entire investigation can happen in a time-bound manner and in a systematic manner. Now, if you talk about the MCD, that certainly, even they were pulled up by the court, and the court in fact said that it seems that there is no respect of law in MCD.
Right.
Also questioned as to which are the officers that have been sacked in this entire matter.
Right.
And now, in fact, the High Court has also given order for the formation of a committee under the Chief Secretary. Over to you.
Right, thank you, Ishika, for joining us and bringing us those details. Shifting focus now, with Iran threatening retaliation against Israel after the assassination of the head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, the heart of Tehran in the United States, Israel's closest ally, has surged military deployments in West Asia. As Tel Aviv braces for massive ballistic, cruise and drone strikes, what exactly has the US Department of Defense announced? NDTV's Vishnu Shom has the details.
Well, I can tell you that there is a very unfortunate situation developing in West Asia right now, where it seems that Iran might be responding to the assassination of the Hamas leader in Tehran with massive cruise, ballistic missile strikes as well, also drone strikes. The United States, Israel's closest ally, has responded by surging forces into the area. A new aircraft carrier task force, the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Battle Task Force that you see on your screen over there, is being deployed. It has 80-odd fighter aircraft on board, which can be used to intercept, for example, drones. What you see on your screen now is the SM-6 missile. It's a missile capable, the one on your screen there, of intercepting ballistic missiles which Iran may fire. So cruisers with this missile capability have been moved into this area as well. The United States has also moved in an additional squadron of fighter aircraft into the area. We don't know if this is going to be the F-22 that you see on your screen, or possibly the F-35. Again, when Iran does attack, as they did a couple of months back, with hundreds of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles and drones, it's the cruise missiles and the drones which can be intercepted in some cases by fighter aircraft using AMRAAM air-to-air missiles or other air-to-air missiles. There is an entire setup which Israel has for surface-to-air missile systems as well. In fact, the land-based ballistic missile shield in West Asia, which the US is a part of, is being strengthened. What you see on your screen over there is the Patriot missile system. The US already deploys that in the area. It is plug and play. It plugs into Israel's existing air defense. So if there are missile strikes and drone strikes which come across from Iran, then there would be a tiered defense. The outer defense would be fighter aircraft. There would be a missile system called the Arrow, which intercepts incoming ballistic missiles just outside the atmosphere. Then there are a range of surface-to-air missiles, including the Patriot that you see, which then intercept these missiles and drones at lower altitudes. And then, of course, there is the Iron Dome system, which we've seen in operation in the last few months. The idea is to ensure that there are no leakers or missiles or drones that get through.
Right, Vishnu, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. Shifting focus to sports now, Indian archer has lost bronze medal, but they had put up a good fight. In an exclusive interview with NDTV, archer Dheeraj speaks about the tough fight. He says that they're happy to finish in the 4th place, but said it was a tough loss. He also said that they've come this far, but the other team was ahead of them in minor things. Take a look.
4th place finish in an Olympic could be heartbreaking, but the Indian mixed team has gone as far as no other mixed team in archery has, and I have with me one half of that team, Dheeraj. Thank you very much for talking to us, and many congratulations for reaching this far. I have to congratulate you. Tell us, a little bit about your journey. It didn't happen, you didn't reach the podium, just one shot of the podium, but tell us a little bit about the moment.
जी हम लोग बहुत खुश थे. हम लोग 4th प्लेस फिनिश किए मिक्स टीम इवेंट में, एंड एट द सेम टाइम बहुत ज़्यादा दुखी भी लग रहा है कि एक कदम पीछे रह गए मेडल से. बस ये बात है कि हम लोग सिर्फ खुद को कंपेयर करने से पिछले कुछ सालों से हम लोग बहुत अच्छा करते आ रहे हैं, एंड कंपेयर टू आवर सेल्फ फ्रॉम प्रीवियस ओलंपिक्स हम लोग बहुत इम्प्रूव हुए. एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल टू आवर गवर्नमेंट साई एंड फेडरेशन की उनका सपोर्ट से हम लोग आगे बढ़ते रहे. एंड ये हार बहुत ज़्यादा टफ है सारा आर्चरी फैंस के लिए, इंडियन आर्चरी के लिए, सारा आर्चरी फैमिली के लिए. पर हम लोग जो इम्प्रूवमेंट हुए ये भी बहुत ज़्यादा पॉजिटिव थिंग है हम लोग के अंदर. एंड जैसे हम लोग सब इंडियंस हैं तो बहुत लड़ने का क्षमता रहता है हमारे अंदर, तो हम लोग लड़ते रहेंगे, गिव अप नहीं करेंगे, आगे बढ़ते रहे.
डेफिनेटली इट हैज़ बीन अ कम बैक फॉर यू ऑल्सो. जो मेंस टीम का मैच था उसके बाद आप काफ़ी निराश दिखे थे. यू टोल्ड मी दैट अपने आप पे भरोसा नहीं कर पाए. बट टेल अस अबाउट दिस मैच, दिस सीरीज ऑफ मैचेस. इन फैक्ट यू वन इन द मॉर्निंग एंड देन यू वन अगेंस्ट स्पेन ऑल्सो. लेकिन कोरिया से वो हार 6-2 का हार, डू यू थिंक समवेयर वो मोमेंटम लॉस हुआ था?
जी हम लोग अपने प्लान पे स्टिक थे. हम लोग सिर्फ अपना प्रोसेस ही कर रहे थे, एंड सेम प्रोसेस में वी विन दोज 2 मैचेस. एंड कोरिया के साथ वी डिडंट थिंक अबाउट द कंट्री विच वी आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट. वी जस्ट फोकस्ड ऑन आवर सेल्फ, फोकस्ड ऑन आवर प्रोसेस, वेदर इट्स कोरिया और यूएसए. एंड उस कंडीशंस में वो लोग हमसे बहुत माइनर चीज़ों में थोड़ा बहुत आगे रह पाए, जिसके वजह से हम लोग सेम.
कहाँ पर एग्जैक्टली कहाँ पर चूक हुई?
एग्जैक्टली जब विंडी कंडीशंस हुआ उधर थोड़ा बहुत वो लोग आगे रह पाए. एंड हम लोग अपने से बहुत बेटर किए कंपेयर टू आवर सेल्फ. बट
आपको लगता है सिमुलेशंस की ज़रूरत है जो बाकी कंट्री करते हैं, जो इंडिया नहीं किए हैं?
नहीं,
टू सिमुलेट दीज कंडीशंस एंड देन कम टू द ओलंपिक गेम्स?
नहीं, वो हर कंट्री का सेम प्रिपरेशन रहता है. एंड हम लोग पिछले ओलंपिक से तो बहुत अच्छा प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हैं कंपेयर टू अदर कंट्रीज कमिंग हियर, सेम प्रिपेयरिंग दैट. जस्ट द थिंग आई थिंक वी लैक टुडे इज़ अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस. ऑल्सो इट्स फॉर मी एंड अंकिता दी दोनों के लिए फर्स्ट ओलंपिक से. एंड जब टीम की बारी था तब हम लोग के लिए बहुत नया था हर चीज़. तो उस चीज़ को सीख के हम लोग जो चीज़ आगे बढ़ पाए, गलतियों को रिपीट ना किए, फिर भी वो इट्स अ पार्ट ऑफ द गेम.
वर यू इंटिमिडेटेड बाय द क्राउड? क्राउड बहुत ज़्यादा शोर मचा रहा था, एंड वर यू इंटिमिडेटेड बाय?
नहीं, आई एम सो थैंकफुल दैट हमारा टीम और फोकस सिर्फ हमारी टीम पे था. वी आर टोटली इन आवर जोन. हम लोग सिर्फ ऐसे लग रहा था कि मैं, दीदी, मैडम, इतना ही थे.
अच्छा, ओलंपिक्स ख़त्म होने के बाद जब पेरिस में रहोगे, कोई और इवेंट्स के लिए are you going to go out and watch some of the other events? If so, which are the events you're looking forward to?
I'm not sure because कल दीपिका दी और वजन का मैच है, तो tomorrow I'm all packed in archery only, supporting my teammates, full supporting my teammates. उसके बाद नहीं पता.
One thing that you would like to do when you go back to India, is it something that you have not done while preparing? All these months you must have been in a camp, away from the family, friends. एक कोई चीज़ जो आप करना चाहोगे as soon as you get back to India?
उस घर पे जाना चाहता हूँ.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Worli International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही परफॉर्मेंस सही सारे दी थे बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Worli International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
And joining me this evening is Dr. Shashi Tharoor, multiple term MP from the state of Kerala, which is now currently actually reeling under a massive devastation. Dr. Tharoor, it's a sad day, but I still welcome you to NDTV.
It is very sad, Nikunj. We're hearing of over 200 deaths and 500 houses destroyed. Many, perhaps a couple of hundred more people are still feared trapped under the debris. So it really is a very, very sad day.
Dr. Tharoor, I'll come to the politics and the management of it all slightly later. But what are your initial thoughts on this tragedy? Was there any way that it's always very tricky dealing with nature, but could there have been a way to minimize at least the casualties in this tragedy?
Well, as you know, the Home Minister claimed today that warnings had been given to the state government. The state government claims that they had only been given the lowest level of warning and not the red alert. And indeed, it's very difficult to predict the worst of all of these because the fundamental reality we live with, Nikunj, is that Kerala is ecologically very fragile. We've had in the last few years major challenges from climate change. There was a severe drought in 2015, the devastating Oki cyclone of 2017, significant flooding in 2018 and 19 that were certainly stories on your news. Lots and lots of landslides in Wayanad, which took much smaller numbers of lives, but lives have been lost in 2018 during the floods. In 2019, a place called Puthumala in Wayanad, which claimed 17 lives. More landslides in 21 and 22. So it's not as if we have never seen any of this before. The challenge is how do we predict them so we can evacuate people before the worst happens. And that's something that surely we ought to be able to develop the technological and other skill to be able to do more effectively. I don't think the blame game is where we should be going when lives are at stake right now and we're trying to rescue people. What we need to do is create systems that work better. Now, there's been a lot of talk of the Gadgil Commission report, which had said in 2013 that this whole Western Ghats area should have certain zones reserved for ecologically sensitive areas, and that there was resistance to it from politicians and government and so on, because their voters didn't want to move. But having said that, it's also true, Nikunj, that in the Gadgil Commission report, the 3 villages that have been destroyed in the last 24, 48 hours did not get listed under ecologically sensitive areas. So even there, it was very difficult to predict that this would be an area where such a tragedy would occur. So I don't think we should be going around pointing fingers too much. I think we have to understand the scale of the problem, which, by the way, is getting worse. The global warming phenomenon, everyone knows the warming of the Arabian Sea has caused deep cloud systems to form that are creating extremely intense, heavy rainfall over shorter periods, which means the soil gets quickly saturated and landslides are possible. You may have heard that the forecast for that weekend, this last weekend, in that area was 62 meters of rain. They got 322 meters. Now, what do you do with that kind of thing? The earth is not able to sustain it. So that is a major challenge. We are relying very heavily on remote sensing because the ISRO people have a national remote sensing center. But experts are claiming that remote sensing just isn't good enough. You need grids on the ground to be able to anticipate landslides. We don't have that. We don't have an actual on-ground sensor grid. We need much more real-time data gathering and monitoring, which again is something that it shouldn't be beyond our technological abilities, but it's not been happening enough. Almost half of Kerala's terrain, 50%, consists of slopes exceeding 20 degrees. So you can imagine how susceptible we are to soil erosion and landslides. And that is the real challenge, the scale of the problem that Kerala is facing. We're a densely populated state. It's easy to sit here and say, move people, relocate them, but relocate them to where? To do what? What is their livelihood going to be once they relocated? How are they going to be able to manage if you take them away from their farms and their homes and their sources of income? These are questions that have to be addressed and that require vast amounts of resources as well as planning.
Well, Dr. Tharoor, I'm glad that you bring to this advanced warning systems. The Home Minister did talk about it. Many would say that, that the nature of the tragedy is such that such kind of blaming each other or blame game should be avoided. But he has said that we have invested nearly 2,000 crore rupees in the advanced warning systems. Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan also had certain comments to make. But my question to you would remain, Dr. Tharoor, that you are a multiple-term MP from the state of Kerala. The danger there is lurking. But in many parts of the country also, the danger is increasingly becoming imminent.
I've lost your sound. Can't hear you. I've lost your sound, Nikunj.
Dr. Tharoor, if that audio is fine...
I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Dr. Tharoor, my colleagues are trying if they can get my audio through to you.
Could you repeat your last point, please?
Yes, I was saying that in Kerala the danger is lurking, but in many other parts of the country also that danger is very, very imminent. You know, ecologically sensitive zones are only increasing in the face of increasing onslaught of climate change. The issue is that, there are some very educated, well, internationally exposed MPs, member of parliaments like you. Would you, going forward, Dr. Tharoor, be taking some sort of a position in the parliament or start to champion these causes which generally have been on the political back burner in this country, but are increasingly touching the lives of millions of people and cannot be any more ignored?
Look, I'm very, very happy to participate in the discussion, but I don't want to presume that an MP has any executive responsibility. The responsibility is always with the state government and the central government, because they're the ones who actually control the resources, the people, the staff, and have the right to take certain decisions. But I'm very happy to be part of a serious discussion, because prevention and mitigation are clearly essential to prevent these things from happening in future. When Mr. Amit Shah says 2,000 crores, it sounds like a big sum of money, but maybe that's not enough for something like on-ground sensor grids, for example. Maybe the mapping of potential landslide routes will take a huge amount of investment of time and effort and technology so that we can actually create legitimate understandings of areas that should be off-limit for settlements or even tourism activities or anything. Because, we've been talking in Kerala about ecotourism, and Wayanad's a perfect place for ecotourism. But maybe even that may be a problem if you lose a whole bunch of eco-tourists in the next landslide. That's not going to help Kerala either. So we need to find solutions. And I must admit that the ecology of our state is deeply fragile, and yet people have to live, people have to earn, people have to find means of livelihoods. And frankly, when politicians are asked to find policy solutions, they are also very strongly susceptible to what voters want and don't want. That's normal in a democracy. And voters don't want to be inconvenienced if they want to live. They don't want to die either, I want to assure you. But at the same time, they are extremely concerned about some of the more far-reaching recommendations of the ecologists. We'll have to find a realistic way of accommodating all of these interests.
And my final question to you, at least as far as this tragedy is concerned, Dr. Tharoor, is that surely now that the tragedy has happened, or the tragedies, at least in Kerala, as you have mentioned, the frequency of these tragedies is increasing. There must be at least ways to mitigate the crisis. There must at least be ways should be found to reduce the number of dead in these tragedies. Of course, the nature will take some time, some toll, but we have to ensure a way in which at least the human cost of these tragedies can be minimized. And the world has multiple examples as such where the human cost of these tragedies have been minimized actually.
Absolutely. So what is essential then is this kind of mitigation and prevention that I talked about. And on the prevention side, we need on-ground sensor grids that will actually anticipate landslides before they occur, particularly in areas that are prone to this. We need to actually create route maps, as it were, of landslide routes and have off-limit areas. We need to ensure, frankly, that in Kerala, where 17,000 square kilometers of our state on the western side of the Western Ghats has already been mapped as landslide prone, that we take special measures, and even the central government finds special resources for this. Because the truth is that between 2015 and 22, Kerala had the highest number of landslides in the whole of India. And of the 30 most landslide-prone districts in our country, 10 are in Kerala. So Kerala has a genuinely sort of fragile ecology and is very susceptible to landlines and to landslides and floods. So we need to be able to help the states particularly. Equally, Kerala has to do much more about reforestation and prevention of deforestation, because in the 1950s, 85% of Wayanad was just forest. It was all under forest cover. Since then, 62% of the district's forests have disappeared. Plantations alone have risen by about 1,800%. So again, development is understandable, but development must go side by side with an awareness of the ecological risks. And that too is a way of preventing the worst happening. There are a number of reports. I think in the Lok Sabha today, Amit Shah ji said that IIT Delhi had apparently come up with a report 6 years ago that wanted 4,000 people to be moved out of the areas that have now been devastated. I've not seen that report. I don't know whether it was shared with the state government. We are in the opposition in the state as well, so I don't know how much the state government was aware of it. But the question would still come up to the state government: how do you move these 4,000 people? Where do you move them to? What kind of livelihood would they have? Where would you find the land for them in a densely populated Kerala? So we need broader, humane solutions, remembering that while lives are precious, livelihoods also cannot be overlooked.
Dr. Tharoor, my final question to you about the ruckus in the parliament. Your leader of opposition, got in the crosshairs of a rather casteist slur or a casteist commentary, and the Congress party is up in the arms, in fact, threatening to move a privilege motion against the Prime Minister. You are a third-term MP, you are a third-term member of the Lok Sabha. What are your thoughts on this, sir? Should that commentary could have completely been avoided?
Much of that speech was very avoidable, frankly, that former Minister Anurag Thakur delivered, including, I might add, the gratuitous references to a 35-year-old novel I wrote, a satirical novel called The Great Indian Novel. But he's given my writing publicity. I can't object to that part. I will object, however, to the fact that he has actually said that, those who do not know their caste should not be talking for a caste census. Number one, that is extremely inappropriate language. I'm sure it will be expunged from the record, but everyone has heard it, and therefore expunging it from the record doesn't solve the problem. Secondly, it has come out in a way that I think is demeaning in many ways to the standards of discourse in Parliament. And then for the Prime Minister to tweet urging everybody to listen to the speech was quite shocking. And this is why the Congress party is up in arms, Nikunj. We have really to maintain a decent standard of conversation and civility. If we're going to use Parliament as the temple of democracy, the highest legislative forum of our country, there must be certain standards. Our speaker keeps saying, is Sadan ka garima, but where is the garima in this kind of talk?
Thank you, Dr. Tharoor, very much. Thank you very much for joining us. I know it's a sad day for your state, and your thoughts and prayers would be with your fellow Malayalis. I won't take any more of your time. I wish that Kerala is safeguarded, ring-fenced against any such future tragedies, Dr. Tharoor.
Thank you very much, Nikunj. Absolutely. Take care.
Rashi.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
We have in fact been seeing of late is that there has been record heat in the national capital, and now we have witnessed record rains. There's also the Wayanad landslide, which is clearly an indicator of the kind of havoc that climate change has in fact been wreaking on the planet. We've also seen in Paris, where the Olympics is currently underway, and on record this has been called the warmest Olympics up to date. So considering all these developments which are taking place, where do we go from here when it comes to fighting climate change? Joining me to discuss this further is noted author and climate activist, Mr. Amitav Ghosh. Mr. Ghosh, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV.
Hello, Tanima. Thank you for having me. I'm very glad to be speaking to you.
Right. Mr. Ghosh, first up, I want to say that you had written around 8 years back in an article that cultural failure is at the heart of climate change crisis. Now, over the years, based on the response that the world has come up with, do you think much has changed in the way we are tackling this issue?
Sadly, I have to say that's not the case at all. I think more and more, in fact, as climate issues worsen, people pay less and less attention to climate change, and especially culturally, we have not adapted at all, unfortunately. I mean, for example, with the landslides in Kerala, you can see that, one of the real problems over there is just too much construction. This whole region has been so badly affected, and this is not the first year. It's been going on for a very long time, going back to 2018. I mean, we see repeatedly the problems that arise from climate change affecting Uttarakhand, affecting Kerala, creating ever greater impacts, and yet we don't seem to adapt at all.
Right. And in terms of India's climate action policy, what do you think needs to be the focus of the authorities and the Indian government? Or do you think in terms of the policy that we have planned, whether it's up to the 2030 target that we have in terms of green hydrogen and adopting more of clean energy, do you think that we need to pivot as far as our climate action plan is concerned?
There are these terrible sorts of contradictions in these things. I mean, for example, I know that the Indian government has been talking up hydrogen for a long time. But, where do we see, where do we see the results of, any kind of hydrogen energy being effectively used? I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the discourse around climate change tends to focus on technological mega fixes, which actually never deliver. Secondly, I would say that, one of the great ironies of climate change is, in fact, that often this renewable energy mirage, I have to say, creates disasters in itself. I mean, for example, in Wayanad, one of the problems is exactly that, people have been putting up windmills, which is a good thing, I suppose. But in order to get to these windmills, you have to build roads. And these roads begin to destabilize the hillsides and leading to landslides. One of the major problems is exactly road building. This is a major problem in Uttarakhand. It's a major problem in northeastern India. And it's a major problem in Kerala. Right. Wayanad happens to be a major tourist region. So, the roads become very heavily frequented, and this leads to problems in itself.
Right. Deforestation has in fact been marked as one of the reasons why the series of landslides that took place recently in Kerala. Mr. Ghosh, we also had the union budget presentation recently. In terms of allocation to fight climate change, do you think, there's much left to be desired, or what would you like to see more of in terms of allocation to fight the climate crisis as far as our budget is concerned?
Unfortunately, My whole approach to this issue is that, in fact, I think when governments try to intervene on a large scale, it just leads to, the outcomes are never very good. I think I strongly support local initiatives. I think these should be community-based initiatives. You know, the thing about climate change is that even though climate change is caused by global atmospheric forces, it always manifests itself locally. And where people adapt best is always when there are local initiatives. I mean, Mizoram, for example, is a very landslide-prone area, but Mizoram has actually been able to develop its own sort of planning for landslides, based also upon traditional wisdom, traditional ecological knowledge, on community-based initiatives. So I think, Mizoram really has set an example which other states can follow. So I feel very strongly that these initiatives should be local and not, national. I think the best thing that, that the government could do is to just allocate this money to the states and let the states decide, at a district level, how people should deal with these major issues.
Right. In fact, taking off on that point, sir, you've also written in the past that sometimes technology can be a bit of a deterrent when it comes to fighting climate change.
Hello, I've lost you.
Can you hear me, sir? Is the audio back on?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Right. Sir, just continuing on that point that you were raising, that you've also written in the past that according to you, sometimes technology can be a bit of a deterrent, and following traditional ways of finding climate crisis actually bears more fruit. Do you still believe that, sir? When it comes to, let's say, advanced weather warning technology, isn't that something which is a need of the hour? Because that's what the Kerala government also said, that the centre's warning that they received when it came to Wayanad was of an orange alert initially. Later on, by the evening, it had turned into a red alert. So better ways or better technology to predict, any sort of a natural disaster like this, isn't that something which is handy? And in that sense, should we not rely, at least to some extent, on technology?
Of course. I mean, it makes sense. These forecasting methods have improved enormously. In fact, the ISRO has a very good report called the Landslide Atlas of India. But again, technology gives us an idea. These forecasting methods give us a very general picture, of what might happen. They can't forecast localized effects. And for those localized effects, you have to look at local knowledge. And in fact, there are several people in this Wayanad region who actually had the foresight to leave those areas before the landslides struck. The second thing, another thing that I would really like to emphasize over here is that really one of the problems is exactly that we've been following this very technology-oriented idea of development. And that in itself has been a large part of the problem. I mean, this part of Wayanad, for example, is famous for its plantations. It has tea plantations, it has cardamom plantations, rubber plantations. Now, what happens when you follow this kind of very industrialized model of agriculture is that you create vulnerabilities. It's precisely because you have these monocultures in this region that it becomes, that the land itself becomes very unstable. Because just having a land cover isn't the same thing as having forestation, This is another one of the strange chimeras that a certain kind of climate discourse encourages, that you think that just planting a tree is going to solve the problem. No, it's not going to do that. Because some trees, like rubber trees, for example, have very shallow roots, and that tends to be the case with a lot of plantations. So, we have to think very seriously about industrialized models of agriculture.
Right. So if we can just zoom out for a bit, it's not just about what we are seeing here in India. If we look at, as I mentioned, in Paris as well, where the Olympics is underway currently, also the Brazil forest fires recently. In terms of political will globally, what needs to change right now? Because we've seen, of course, several times in the past, developing nations have actually pointed out that why does the burden have to fall on them, whereas the developed nations should be actually taking care of the larger chunk of what needs to be done in order to fight the climate crisis. So political will-wise, what does the world need to effectively ensure right now in order to fight this crisis?
You're right. Climate change is a global phenomenon. And obviously, there are differentiated responsibilities. The developed world is responsible by far for the most part for greenhouse gas emissions, and they should bear the burden. But they're not doing it. And let's face it, they're not going to do it. They've made this absolutely clear. I mean, if you look at what the developed world is spending on climate mitigation and what it's spending on armaments right now, especially since the start of the Ukraine war, it's gone up, like multiple times. I mean, they're spending on armaments and, defense by, multiples of 100 exceed their spending on climate mitigation. They're doing nothing about it. And I think we can see increasingly there's a huge sort of backlash against any kind of climate measures. We see this in Europe. We see this in America. I think the developed, the global South should continue to press very strongly for action from the developed world on climate change. But at the same time, it's incumbent on us. It's incumbent on all the governments of the global South to also act to mitigate climate change impacts locally, regionally. And this is a very important thing that we have to consider, that, we can't just blame climate change. This should not become a way for politicians and bureaucrats to absolve themselves of the responsibility for these impacts. Because actually, if you look at a local level, anywhere in India, wherever there are climate change impacts, there are also, you can see behind it, a whole pattern of development, of construction, that is not related to climate, that is absolutely related to a mistaken model of development. Building without proper oversight, without really detailed studies of possible environmental impacts. I mean, what has happened in Wayanad was predicted years and years ago by Madhav Gadgil, the great environmentalist. In fact, the Gadgil report recommended that this entire region be treated as an ecologically sensitive area. And the Kerala government didn't act on that, unfortunately.
Right. So my last question to you, as you mentioned, in fact, that at this point in time, of course, there are 2 wars going on in the world, and more is being spent on defense matters rather than on fighting this very important, tackling this very important issue. So coming back to India, we are aspiring to be the 3rd largest economy in the world very soon, and we also have a roadmap to becoming a developed nation by 2047. In this journey, what is the one word of advice that you would want to give us as your parting shot?
I would say, just think about what this means, what this word development means. I mean, Wayanad in some sense is very developed. Kerala has very high per capita income. And it's precisely because of this that people have been creating these plantations and building these roads in this entire region. But if actually your patterns of development lead to environmental collapse, how does that help you being developed? I mean, per capita income isn't going to give you back your house, So I think we really need to think very seriously about what we mean by development.
Right. Mr. Amitav Ghosh there, thank you so much for your time here on NDTV and discussing this very important issue that we're looking at in the aftermath of the Wayanad landslides.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hello and a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV. I am Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we are tracking at this hour. Rescue and relief operations enter day 5 in Wayanad. Death toll mounts to 330 in Kerala's worst ever disaster. Hundreds still missing in Wayanad. NDTV reports from epicenter of Wayanad landslides. Grammy Award winner Ricky Cage slams Air India, says downgraded from business class for the third time in a year, complaints of rude Air India staff. Key huddle at Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's residence ahead of assembly polls in Maharashtra. MNS Chief meets Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. MNS gears up for united fight against Shiv Sena. And face-off over Muda scam continues. BJP JDS kick-off 10-day Padyatra against Karnataka government. BJP demands resignation of Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Kong counters with bike rally. And Manu Bhakar lines up for a hat-trick of medals. Manu Bhakar is now in the 25-meter rifle final. Giant killer Lakshya Sen also enters Olympic semis. First Indian male shuttler in the semis. US presidential race. This is the race for White House, and now Kamala Harris has been officially named as the Democratic nominee. Trump has also agreed to fight a presidential debate against Kamala Harris on September 4. And viewers, 5 days after the massive landslides in Wayanad, the death toll continues to rise. As many as 330 people have died in the unfortunate tragedy that took place on July 30th. The rescue and relief teams are undertaking a giant operation. It is a race against time. The teams are working day and night to rescue several people who are still trapped under the debris. While signs of life look very bleak, the teams are hopeful of completing the task and saving as many lives as possible. After several people complained that they do not want to go back to the same location where the landslides occurred, the Kerala government is also undertaking the work of rehabilitation. Thanks to the Indian Army, the local administration is now using Bailey Bridge to move the heavy equipment to far-flung areas. As more bodies and body parts are recovered from the landslide affected areas in this North Kerala district, with many remaining unidentified or unclaimed, the state government has also issued new guidelines for their burial, including the collection of DNA and dental samples. Now, superstar Mohanlal, who is a lieutenant colonel in the territory army, reached the landslide hit Mundakai area in Wayanad. He also took stock of the ground situation in the landslide hit Wayanad. NDTV meanwhile is also running a Care for Kerala campaign to help those who have been affected by the deadly landslides in Kerala's Wayanad. The visuals, the numbers are on your screens. You can also make a donation and help the people in Kerala. This is an effort to help in providing more aid to the people who have lost their loved ones and livelihood in the tragedy. Now, rainfall warning has been issued for North Kerala till tomorrow. IMD has issued yellow alerts for 4 districts. In an effort to locate individuals still believed to be trapped under debris in landslide-hit villages, deep search radars are also being deployed. My colleague Pratibha Raman has been on the ground and has been reporting from day one what is the ground situation. She has more details. Take a look.
With respect to the defense teams as well as the forest officials trekking upwards towards the other side, that are far-flung areas that we are talking of inside the forest, further up from Mepadi, where the landslides first occurred, and that's the epicenter that we're talking of. And that's exactly where they've been trying to see if they could find survivors. In fact, luckily early this morning they did find a few tribals there with full children there who were taken to a safer location for rehabilitation and treatment here. I'm outside this hospital, Dr. Mopin's Medical College, and this is the hospital that saw a lot of hurried activities on the day when the landslides occurred. At least around 140 people who were brought in here, including around 12 dead bodies that were brought in here. But of course, the doctors divided themselves into several teams to try and see how they could look at several of the survivors and designate them into different teams, and the teams were taking care of each of them. And we did hear a lot of details in terms of the kind of treatment that was given to them while we spoke to the medical superintendent here at the hospital, who was talking about how this was the first time that they saw patients coming in with a lot of mud and slush all over their body, inside their lungs and several other organs, and it needed an internal wash and an external wash, and that was something that people have never seen or treated before, and it was quite challenging in terms of taking this up as one of the most priority measures of all the doctors here. And several of them who are in the ICU have survived this tragedy, and that has definitely been one of the most miraculous ones. In fact, there was also a case study of some of the doctors who came in from Odisha, and they were here at a homestay there which was completely washed out, and of the 4 doctors there, 2 of them survived the tragedy, but the other 2 lost their lives to this, and one of them is still missing, is what we hear.
Now, 3-time Grammy Award winner Ricky Cage slams Air India, says downgraded from business class for the 3rd time in a year. Ricky Cage also complained of the rude Air India staff that was present at the airport when he was trying to board the flight from Mumbai to Bengaluru. He said that he was downgraded from business class for the 3rd time in a year, and there was no prior information that was given. He also said that the payment was not refunded while the ground staff misbehaved with him. My colleague Ishika Verma is now also joining me for more details. Ishika, what is this whole controversy about?
Well, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, the 3-time Grammy winner, now Ricky Cage, has in fact slammed Air India, saying that his first-class ticket was in fact downgraded and no reason was given by the airline staff for this entire matter. Now, he also says that, the staff of the Air India also was very rude to the customer, to him in fact, and did not, reveal as to will he be getting a refund for this or not. Now, Air India in fact also has responded to this and said that this regarding this rude behavior of its staff, it has taken cognizance, and also in fact had asked for the details from Ricky Cage. Now, Ricky Cage, even after that, he says that even after he got a call from the Air India regarding all of this, it has not been clear from the airline side whether he will be getting a refund or not, and when will he be getting the refund. Also, no reason has been given even by the airline as to why his ticket was downgraded from a first class. So certainly, it certainly is, the 3rd-time Grammy winner who has now slammed Air India. We are still waiting for a statement from the airline regarding this. Over to you.
Right, Ishika, thank you so much for joining us and giving those details. So, 3-time Grammy winner Ricky Cage has slammed Air India, said he was downgraded for the third time in a year, and no explanation was given why it happened. Now shifting our focus to Maharashtra, where a key huddle is underway at Maharashtra Chief Minister's residence. Ahead of the mega poll battle in Maharashtra, the political parties have now jumped into the huddle mode. Now MNS Chief Raj Thackeray is meeting Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde at his residence in order to discuss the poll strategy against the rivals MVA. Now the MNS Chief has likely proposed a two-way fight against Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena, hinting at a joint fight with the ruling BJP, NCP and Shinde's Sena in the high-stake poll battle in the state of Maharashtra. The meeting took place at the official residence of Maharashtra Chief Minister, where both the leaders discussed the prospects of much more. My colleague Anuj Raite is also now joining me. Anuj, what specifically MNS Chief discussed with the Maharashtra Chief Minister?
So the meeting, which began around 45 minutes ago, will soon end now, and it was attended by a lot of senior members of the MNS party, including of course the chief Raj Thackeray, their senior leader Balram Gaonkar, their only MLA, that is Raju Patil, and their spokesperson Sandeep Deshpande, amongst others as well. So this meeting primarily was about several issues that have been faced by people of Worli here in Mumbai, especially regarding the BDD colony redevelopment and the police colony redevelopment. So these are the issues which had been there in the news, and several parties had been talking about it, especially the MLA of the Worli Legislative Assembly constituency, that is Aditya Thackeray, where a few days ago, he wrote a letter to the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis asking him to speed up the process as far as the process of providing the agreements to the local residents are concerned. So those were the things that Raj Thackeray is expected to have discussed with the Chief Minister here, and this meeting becomes crucial for several other reasons as well. We saw that just a few weeks ago, Raj Thackeray, after his US trip, made it very clear and asked his party workers to be ready to contest as many as 225 to 250 candidates in the upcoming Lok Sabha, in the upcoming state assembly elections here in Maharashtra. Now this was a turn because we saw Raj Thackeray give an unconditional support to the Mahayuti without fighting a single contestant in the recently concluded Lok Sabha elections, and unconditional support only to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now we are seeing that the tides are changing a bit, where Raj Thackeray is not necessarily speaking in the same tone as Mahayuti, and has rather asked his party to be prepared for a full throttled single party approach in the upcoming elections. What makes this meeting even more interesting is, of course, as we talked about before, the meeting is primarily about the BDD colony redevelopment and the police colony redevelopment, but we're seeing that one matter that has been coming up consistently in the last few weeks is that of the Worli constituency. Aditya Thackeray, who is the incumbent MLA from the Worli constituency, fought the elections for the erstwhile United Shiv Sena in 2019 against the NCP, and we are seeing that this time around, Raj Thackeray's loyalist Sandeep Deshpande, who is also the spokesperson of the party, might be in the fray for this particular election, and it will be interesting to see if there will be other major changes as far as alliance, officially or unofficially, is concerned leading up to the upcoming state assembly elections.
Rightly so, and it will be our top focus in what the huddles that are underway in Maharashtra result in, as assembly polls are right at the corner of the year. Thank you so much, Anuj Raite, for all those informations. Shifting our focus to Karnataka now. In Karnataka, the BJP and the JDS are undertaking a Padyatra. This will be a 10-day-long Padyatra against the Karnataka government over the scams that undertook in Karnataka under the Congress government. The BJP claims that the Karnataka government is responsible for all the corruption that is there in the state, be it the Muda scam, be it the Valmiki scam. The BJP also goes on to say that the Muda scam, Chief Minister Siddaramaia's family is the direct beneficiary, and he doesn't even bother to put himself into an inquiry. Hence, the BJP is demanding his resignation. Meanwhile, the Congress is taking a counter yatra in which The leaders of the Congress party are holding series of meeting and holding bike rally against BJP's Padyatra, highlighting the issues that the BJP is saying that the Congress party is responsible for. Meanwhile, the Congress has also rubbished all the charges of the BJP, stating that this is the political witch hunt of the BJP, that they are trying to impose and trying to topple the government in the opposition-ruled states. Meanwhile, listen in to what the BJP leaders had to say.
After the Congress government came to power in Karnataka, the day one, they started to collect illegal decision by this government. Huge money they started to collect from the common man also, officials also. We wanted to give some knowledge to the people of Karnataka.
But how do you think, why do you think, sir, that how CM is connected with the Muda scam?
This is family members they involved. With this direction only, several officials collided with them. Illegally, they have transferred the land.
What is your purpose behind taking out this yatra?
Making the Congress government accountable, since they are involved in corruption. Particularly the Honorable Chief Minister Mr. Siddaramaiah is facing series of, not one or two, series of corruption allegations. He should resign. He should resign since he has been caught on the wrong ground. Very clearly, all the documents, all the proof are pointing finger very clearly towards Mr. Siddaramaiah. If he has got any ethics, any morals, any respect for the people, he should immediately resign.
But sir, Siddaramaiah and his other Congress leaders, they are saying that the plots were allotted during BJP's regime when Basavaraj Bommai was the chief minister.
You can see the series of events from 98. From 98, how he has misused the power in all the position. Okay, in the previous government, he was a leader of the opposition. What do you mean by leader of the opposition? Covering up all the misdeeds? He had no responsibility. Does he? Is not aware of the law. He's a lawyer. He keeps talking his knowledge about the law, about the constitution. Fully being aware. Even ignorance of law is not an excuse.
So where the BJP agitation stopped?
We are not stopped anywhere. We are just continuing to expose the people, whoever is involved in the corruption. It is our duty. It is our duty to expose the person who is in the helm of affairs, who is the chief minister of the state, that is done corruption. So he should resign. That is our demand.
See, the kind of allegations that have surfaced against the chief minister and the chief minister's family directly in this Muda scam are very serious. Till today, no serious effort has been made on part of the government to rebut the claims, rebut these allegations, and to present before the people of Karnataka what the factual position is according to them. It is very clear that the chief minister and his family are direct beneficiaries of an executive decision which has benefited them illegally, unethically, up to crores of rupees. And the facts are so simple that it's an open and shut case.
And my colleague Nihal Kidwai is now joining me for more details. Nihal, a big political showdown is escalating in Karnataka, be it Muda scam or the Valmiki scam. The BJP has been staging protest and now a Padyatra. The clear demand is that the Karnataka chief minister should resign.
Yes, the BJP, JDS both have started this Padyatra, and they have been demanding that the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah must resign because he has been into various posts right from 1998 when Muda had denotified the land. He was Deputy Chief Minister at that point of time. When the land was purchased, again he was Deputy Chief Minister. When it was converted, again at that point of time also Siddaramaiah was the Deputy Chief Minister. And when the demand was made from his family, at that point of time he was leader of the opposition in Karnataka. So for the last three and a half decades he has been holding various posts, important and powerful posts, and therefore he has influenced the entire process, and therefore even if he's not directly involved, his family is involved, and he never objected to this, and that is why the BJP, JDS both have been demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister. A short while ago, when I spoke to some of the BJP leaders, they said that recently, when the show cause notice was served to the Chief Minister by the Governor of Karnataka, Chief Minister immediately asked his cabinet colleagues to hold a Council of Ministers meeting, and after that, they advised the Governor to withdraw the show cause notice. It is a pressure tactics on the functioning of the Governor, and they are objecting to this as well. But the Karnataka Chief Minister and his other cabinet colleagues have been saying that the 14 plots in upscale areas were allotted to Chief Minister's wife at the time when the BJP was in power in 2022-23 and CM was Basavaraj Bommai, and therefore if there was some issues, if some illegalities were there, why those plots were allotted to Siddaramaya's wife. So now the tussle is on. There is a conflict between the Raj Bhavan and the state government. There is a conflict here. The BJP, JDS both have started a Padayatra against the Congress. The Congress has also started a Jan Andolan against the BJP. Now the people are confused that whom they should consider corrupt and whom they should consider honest.
Right, Nehal, and you are certainly tracking the BJP's Padayatra, and it remains to be seen what other allegations does BJP poses against the Karnataka Congress government. Thank you so much, Nehal. Keep tracking this. We will be coming back to you with more details. For now, shifting our focus to the US poll elections. Well, the United States Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump has now confirmed that an offer was made from Fox News to hold a debate with Democratic US Vice President Kamala Harris on September 4. He has now agreed to it. This comes after Vice President Kamala Harris won enough delegate votes to secure the Democratic presidential nomination, according to an announcement by Democratic National Committee chairperson. Now, we also have a reaction coming in from Kamala Harris. Take a look.
Well, Donald, I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage. Because as the saying goes, if you've got something to say,
Neha, in terms of promises that are being made by Kamala Harris, now she did earlier mention as well that she is going to be taking forward Biden's vision for the nation. But is there a personal touch that she's bringing to the campaign as well?
She's the first woman, of color, really, biracial woman. There's just so much. Yeah, there's a completely different touch to the campaign. I mean, she's able to relate to a completely different demographic that wasn't necessarily able to be reached before. She's able to bring the policies that she's been working on throughout her career, whether it's voting rights or racial justice or whatever it is, right to the forefront. I mean, this is something that she's done. So she definitely brings a different flavor. And let me just tell you, I have been doing several presidential cycles in the South Asian space. I have never seen anything like this before in terms of energizing our base. I mean, this is huge. This is very, very historic. Come what may, this is, a lot to talk to our daughters about. So very, very excited.
The Trump campaign seems to be quite confident in being able to beat Harris. Do you think the assassination bid had given a boost to Trump's popularity as he projects himself as a champion of democracy as well? Speaking of popularity, we're talking about Kamala Harris. We'll come to that in a minute. But on the opposition side, do you think they've gained quite a bit of popularity as well?
No, whatever popularity he thought he got was swept away the moment Kamala Harris was endorsed by Joe Biden. And you saw this, right? The entire nation, the entire Democratic Party. You're talking about the top leadership in the Senate, in the House, governors. You're talking about all 50 Democratic State Party leaders aligning behind her. You're talking about youth groups that were disenchanted, all of a sudden jumping on the wagon, right? And coming up with memes and TikToks. So in terms of if you want to talk about popularity, it's Kamala Harris that is riding the wave of popularity, not Trump. In fact, I think he's made faux pas after faux pas, choosing J.D. Vance, who's on record for saying that women should stay in violent marriages, somebody who is by all definition extreme, also going on the, I don't know if you saw, but in the National Association of Black Journalists conference, and literally maligning and demeaning the Black journalist who asked him questions and calling her nasty.
And with that, it's time to take a break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Day 5 of rescue operations in Wayanad. Over 300 dead in Kerala's worst ever disaster. Hundreds missing in Wayanad. Army steps up rescue operations. NDTV reports from the epicenter of Wayanad landslides. 8 people die in cloudburst in Himachal Pradesh. 53 people still missing. Pilgrims stranded in Uttarakhand. Rescue operations underway. Politics over sheltered home death spiral. Under fire, Delhi government orders magisterial probe. Delhi LG orders comprehensive inquiry. BJP MP questions the functioning of the Aam Aadmi Party. And government's big infra push. Modi 3.0 launches first big road project. Government's nod to road project over rupees 50,000 crores. 8 national high-speed corridor projects approved.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After a great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Worli International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code. And rival
Hello and welcome to India Sense. where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
The biggest democratic exercise in the world. Team NDTV covers it from ground zero.
BJP really had to fight a tough election this time.
Unprecedented exercise. Unmatched coverage.
There is no dispute. जनता को decide करना है.
From polling to counting, NDTV brought you the most trustworthy news and updates. Elections mean NDTV. Get ready for the right.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy.
Prevention and management of heart disease, helping to reduce the burden of the disease on our healthcare system. And what we can try and do is try and improve the quality of life. I, Dr. Ajit Menon, will be your host today. And along with me, we have a distinguished panel of experts who are here to dispel the various myths and doubts regarding cardiovascular disease and the management of cardiovascular disease. We have with us on this panel Dr. Nakul Sinha, who's the Director of Interventional Cardiology at the Medanta Hospital, Lucknow. Welcome, Dr. Nakul Sinha. We have Dr. Aftab Khan from Kolkata, who's a Senior Interventional Cardiologist and Director of Electrophysiology Services at the Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospital in Kolkata. Welcome to the show, Dr. Aftab. We have Dr. S.M. Sharma from Jaipur at the SMS Hospital. He is a Senior Professor and Head of the Cardiology Department at the SMS Hospital in Jaipur. Welcome to the show, Dr. Sharma. And last but not the least, we have Dr. Prashant Jagtap, a very eminent cardiologist from Nagpur. He heads the Viveka Super Specialty Hospital in Nagpur, and he's the head of cardiology at Nagpur. Welcome to all of you. And I were to begin the show, I'd like to start the first question to Dr. Nakul Sinha. Dr. Sinha, heart disease is often perceived as a condition that affects older individuals, and that we believe that younger people are quite safe from developing heart disease. But we do see some situations on the contrary. And what do you think are the lifestyle or habits, genetic factors that can contribute to heart disease? And how can young people potentially help themselves in trying to prevent any heart damage?
Thank you, Dr. Ajit, for a very exciting initiative that you have taken up. This is one of the greatest misconceptions or myths that is there, not only in the society, but also amongst the educated people, that heart disease is likely to occur only when you grow old and older. In fact, the pathogenesis of heart disease, the early problems start building up even from a school-going age. The atherosclerotic plaques that we know, the deposits in the arteries, which later on grow up and cause a problem like a heart attack or a brain attack, they have their starting from adolescence. And that is all perhaps due to the unhealthy lifestyle that not only we as adults, but also in our younger population, we see a lot of dietary indiscretions, craving for fast food, avoiding healthy food like vegetables and fruits, physical inactivity, and even we have a significant load of high cholesterol and high blood pressure in our younger population. And if there are a multitude of risk factors, they usually build up and put the patient at risk. So basically, if out of these 7 or 8 important risk factors, you get a little bit of 3 or 4 of them, that's quite harmful and that can lead to a heart attack or a brain attack at a relatively younger age. So, in fact, we should all be aware and put our younger population also on the anvil that you need to be careful about the development of risk factors and let them not progress. And if there are, they should be controlled medically to avoid such situations.
Absolutely well said. I think that has a lot of importance in today's life. You touched on a topic of cholesterol. My next question, I would like Dr. Amitav Khan to answer that, and that relates to the topic of cholesterol. We do believe that cholesterol plays a major role in the development of heart blockages. My question to you would be that should we start monitoring the cholesterol level only beyond a certain age, beyond middle age, or is it necessary to start monitoring it much more earlier? And in what subset of patients or persons would you advise that the cholesterol be monitored at a much earlier age? And what are the current recommendations that are present and that we have today as far as the guidelines go?
The problem is, Ajit, that most of the time we see patients when they present to us with disease, it's always at a time when there's already established disease. Patients come to us with heart attacks, and that's the first time that they get to know that their cholesterol levels are sky high. So now we are moving away from what we used to call as preventive health checkups to what we now know as predictive health checkups. In the sense that if you get your tests done earlier, we have enough tools with us which can help you to identify whether you are at a risk of having a heart disease in the future. Second thing, we also know that there's something known as cholesterol years and not just the cholesterol levels. So if you have a high cholesterol that is beyond the levels that you'd want your bad cholesterol to be, and if you have it for a longer period of time, say for 5 years or 10 years, you are at a much higher risk of having a heart disease in the future than another person who has a cholesterol which is high for a shorter period of time, say for a year or two. So therefore, an early preventive health checkup or knowing your cholesterol levels early on in life is much essential. And now we have guidelines saying that we should have your cholesterol checked after the age of even 20 years, every 4 to 5 years. So your health checkup should not start at the age of 40 and 45 as we normally do, but it should start off in much earlier in teens, beyond the age of 20 years, every 4 to 5 years.
Well, talking about the various risk factors for heart disease, I think another risk factor that we look at is blood pressure. Blood pressure is also known as a silent killer. My question is to Dr. Sharma. Dr. Sharma, why do they often label hypertension as a silent killer? And would you always detect? Is it always reliable to detect blood pressure purely based on symptoms, or do you recommend monitoring of the blood pressure in certain risk populations on a regular basis in order to catch the blood pressure much earlier?
You see, the high blood pressure typically has no symptoms, and that's why it is referred as silent killer. Many people with high blood pressure, they are unaware of their conditions because they do not experience any noticeable symptoms. As such, there are no symptoms. There are mild symptoms like headache and all these, and they let it go or take some analgesics. And the only way to detect high blood pressure is through regular monitoring. That's what you have said. And early detection and treatment are vital to prevent severe complications such as heart attack, stroke, and kidney damages. And without monitoring, hypertension or high blood pressure can silently cause significant damage to the cardiovascular system and other organs. That is why it is called silent killer. So you don't rely on symptoms just to get your blood pressure checked up and get it treated by the doctor.
Coming on to another point of importance is that, Prashant, I would ask you this question. A lot of patients come to us saying that dil ki dhadkan badh gayi hai. I'm having palpitations. What exactly do you mean by palpitations? And are all palpitations indicative of heart attacks? Or is there a difference? Are there different types of issues that we need to look at? And does a fast heartbeat necessarily mean a heart attack, or it can be from anxiety and other reasons?
So usually palpitations or fast heartbeat does not mean it is usually due to excitement or stress or anxiety. But sometimes the heartbeats can be persistently abnormal or irregular. And in such a case, which is in medical parlance is known as an arrhythmia, that can be dangerous for the heart. While most of the arrhythmias are not so harmful, sometimes the arrhythmias can be dangerous and they can affect the functioning of the heart. That is very important to understand. So the conventional, as we tell our patients, if somebody has a heartburn or chest discomfort or pain which is radiating to the jaw or the left arm, or he is profusely sweating, or he has profound weakness, if the symptoms are accompanied by palpitations, then it is a different story altogether. Then he should immediately report to the doctor nearest hospital. So the importance is diagnosis of arrhythmias in the setting of a heart attack, because it can save the patient. But usually the patient take a longer time to understand that he is getting abnormal palpitations, and he reports to a doctor, and then a proper diagnosis can be made by the consultant or the physician depending upon the ECG findings, and he can be given treatment.
It's time for a short break. We will definitely be back. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
After great victory by Indian team, and today we are reporting from Worli International Airport where we are showing these visuals. Arshdeep हमारे साथ हैं.
बहुत ही performance आई सारे दी थे बढ़िया results मिले.
We are in the city of Kanpur today because they have their champion back home, Kuldeep Yadav.
Desperation for each and everyone to go there and win the World Cup, and we did it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Welcome back, viewers. Welcome to the show today, which is that the basis is Attack the Heart Attack. Welcome back to the discussion. Dr. Sinha, very often patients come to us complaining of chest pains. Now, it's very difficult for us to differentiate chest pains which are non-cardiac and which are cardiac in origin. Which are the chest pains that you would worry about and ask them to seek medical attention? Which are the types of chest pains that you may not consider as being important or dangerous to the patient?
Chest pain is a very common symptom these days, but more often than not, it is misinterpreted. And everybody probably starts imagining also that they are having a chest pain, which is equivalent to a heart attack. So what we should realize and make the public aware also, that chest pain need not always be due to a heart problem. Chest pain can have many other causes also. And conversely, all the heart attacks or heart problems do not always manifest with chest pain. So you can have other symptoms besides chest pain. It can be technically, quote unquote, a silent attack, which is quite common in diabetics or elderly people, where the chest pain may not be a prominent symptom, but you can have breathlessness, you can have sweating, you can have lightheadedness, a feeling of fainting due to a low blood pressure, and obviously very fast palpitations. All these can sometimes be a harbinger of having the starting of a heart attack. On the other hand, the chest pain, if it is there, then we should ask the patients, or rather take a proper history to understand whether this is likely to be cardiac or this is likely to be non-cardiac. So there are certain pointers like the location, the character of chest pain, whether it is increasing with exertion or walking a few steps or climbing up these stairs, whether it is associated with breathlessness or lightheadedness, and the location. So a rough idea is given by any symptom or pain or discomfort which is occurring from the jaw till the navel on the front side of the body. That can be an indicator of angina or a starting of a